The familiar smells of a tavern. The light of a hearth, the sounds of people making bar bets, ordering food that they probably can't afford. And all of that is what you miss. It's about 10 feet above you. And you can see it through the slats of the floorboards, but that's not where you are. Because tonight, on this anniversary of the dawn of truth, folks like you don't go venturing topside, especially not in taverns, because that's where they're going to look for you. So you sit with no real fire to speak of, lit by the warmth and light above you, and you're eating leftovers at best, and you have to stay relatively quiet because the war makers are out and they're having a great time. And anyone who looks even close to a hero, they're going to string you up or cut you down. And so two particular men find themselves around a table together. And these men have been traveling for some time, probably the last several days, and have found themselves here in this basement of the Vanquished Victor Tavern. We have Mike and Locrius. You two are huddled around this table, and your third traveling companion has just gone to get another round of whatever swill he can muster up. What are you guys talking about on this, the anniversary of what many call Lightfall?
I grab the bone dice in my hand, gripping them just a little bit too tightly. I let them fall over the makeshift barrel that has become our table. Ugh. Slight, you win again. I'm starting to think that the only reason why we're together is because you plan on taking all of my money. And I take 5 coppers and I slide them over. Are you sure these dice aren't arcane or meant for you? Here, and I put them down on the table and kind of slide them back over to him.
And your gambling partner reaches over a meaty gray hand, slides the dice over to his side, reaches in under his black cloak, and pulls out a well-worn pack of cards. And he cocks an eyebrow to you, his pronounced lower canines glistening in the candlelight. And he says,
"If you'd rather play a hand of cards, I'm happy to oblige, but I'm better at that game."
As he begins to flip them, shuffle them, and deal out another hand.
I bet you, it's just tough to be sitting down here amongst the spiders and the rats. Well, the surface spiders and surface rats get all the bloody warmth, but I don't know, where's that man with a drink? Thought he was coming back sometime soon.
And just as you say this, an older balding man with a thick white-gray beard sets down two pathetic drinks of mixed color. And he says, I have returned with the drinks. Here we are, Duncan McClellan at your service yet again. And he sits down and he pulls up a chair and says, are you two gambling again? I swear, Slate, you're going to take all his money by the time we reach Aberwith.
No, apparently we're not gambling. I'm just donating to Slate's charity fund, and by charity fund, of course, I mean his own pocket. But one day I'll learn, and one day I'll win my money back, Slate. You have my word on that one.
Well, I need all I could get. This princely suite we find ourselves in doesn't come cheap.
As he deals in another hand to the man who just sat down.
As the cards flip to the man, he handles them with casual grace, not looking necessarily at them, but allowing them to sort of catch his fingers, and he flips up the corners. He says, so, for tonight then, I think what we'll be doing is doubling down. And he takes something very precious out of his pocket, something that you're surprised that he'd be willing to bet. And in the center of the table, he places a ripe red apple, something that's very hard to come by nowadays in the neutral zone of Ennis in the realm of Dragongrin. And he looks at you, Slate, and he says, well, will you see this or raise it?
Slade is sitting back in his chair, sort of leaning back with his hands far out, and he flicks his thumb across the top of his cards, and he's squinting at them, almost as if maybe if he concentrates, they would change. He peers over at the man. He says,
That's the bet of a desperate man. I might not know much, but I know when I'm being fooled. Yes, I'll see that.
and he goes into his large, well-worn backpack, and he pulls out what looks like a simple woodsman's axe. But as he puts it down, you can see that there's etching in the side. This is certainly a weapon of war, not a simple worker's tool. And he slides it across and he says, "Will that do?"
I do think that will do. Here we go. And he looks over at you, Mike, and he says, "What about you this evening? Will you be joining us in this bet?"
Kind of holding the cards kind of down to my chest and just kind of pulling back the edges and letting it that tip, 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 as I'm looking at all the cards. Hang on a minute. And I pull out what looks to be kind of just a bundle of dried meat, probably enough dried out meat, kind of like jerky, to last probably a good day and a half. Yeah. Well, I've not had apple in so long. And you just see him staring at it wistfully, just as if like the entire rest of the world is just disappearing, and his entire world is focused on that one apple. Yes, I've not had that in a while. All right, yeah. Kind of shakes myself out of it. Okay, well, what do we have?
Hold on one moment here. Wait just a second. And you see he thumbs up the corner of his cards again, and he looks at both of you. And then he pulls something from his side that you have seen only a number of times. His dagger. And Duncan is an older man, but you've seen that he's extremely skilled with a dagger, but not much else. He's not a great fighter. He's a great knife fighter. And he takes that dagger and he looks at it for a moment, and then he sets it on the pile atop the jerky that you just set on the table, Mike. He says, "There's my bet."
And all of a sudden, the smile goes from Slate's mouth for a second. As he looks up, his eyes dart to the ceiling, and he holds the table tight and looks down in his drink as he hears the creaking of floorboards from above, and he hears the boisterous sounds of some what sound like fighting men above him, and dust falls down, some dirt falls down like into his drink like pepper into mashed potatoes, and he holds his finger over his lips for a moment and waits. He gingerly sets his drink down, waits for them to subside, and only then does he go in, and he pulls out a wineskin, and he puts it down in the center, and he says,
"Honey made from far to the north. Delicious."
Well, gentlemen, you clearly want your winnings, and you can clearly have mine. And I take my cards down, put it, and just kind of slide it over. This game's suddenly too rich for my blood, and that's saying something. And I kind of would grab a pipe out of my bag and just kind of light it and just kind of sit there and just watch this spectacle. I'm not gonna lie, I point to both of them with the mouthpiece of my pipe. This is going to be entertaining, no matter what.
And Slate gives you a nod and turns back to Duncan, and he looks at him with a smile, and he says,
"Well, my friend, the bet's been called."
And he flips over his cards, even though it's not his turn to flip over his cards. And he shows two maidens. It's not a great hand, but it's good enough to beat someone who's bluffing. And he leans in, and he says,
"Well, what do you got?"
And Duncan takes pause, and he strokes his bushy salt and pepper beard, and he says, "Oh, you got me." And he flips over two beggars, which is the lowest hand that you can absolutely get. And he stands up and he says, "You are certainly smarter than you look, Mr. Half-Orc."
I get that all the time.
and Slate stands up, and he slides the man's dagger back to him. And he says,
"I'll take the apple. And some gold if you got it. The man needs weapon. Especially on a day like today."
Aye. And he slides those things across to you, and he stands up and he says, "Well, looks like I need to find myself another dagger and another apple." And he stands up and he walks to essentially what is the exit that leads out to upstairs, the piss room, and other smaller hallways, maybe a storage room. So he gets up and sort of walks out, and he'll be back in a little bit. And as you're doing this, the young boy who is playing barkeep down for those hiding in the basement of the Vanquished Victor, he comes over and he, just sort of clears the table of any, junk, detritus. And he looks at you two. He says, "Oh, do you know who that is?"
Seems like a decent traveling companion who's very bad at holding on to fruit, as far as I'm aware. Duncan was his name. Is that right, Slate? Duncan?
I think so.
And Slate turns to the boy, and he says,
What do you know about him?
Well, I can't talk about it. I can't talk about it much here, but I know that you two are down here for a reason, and that's General Duncan McClellan. He's a famous general from Lightfall. The Battle of the Smoldering Staff. I can't talk about it now. Anyway, he's a hero. And the barkeep sort of, unless you engage him or speak to him in any other way, sort of tries to melt away into the duties he had.
As he turns around, I kind of grab him by his arm. Listen here, lad. Do you know what the difference is between a hero and a villain?
Nowadays, I don't.
Heroes win. So just because someone led a great army doesn't matter. The history books were written by the victors. Dismembered Lord won. There's no joy in Lightfall. There's no joy in this world right now. And you do well to remember that. He may be a good man, and he seems like a good man. But he's no hero. When none of us are heroes. We're people hiding out so we don't get a long drop with a sudden stop, if you know what I mean. And it kind of just like go like that. Anyway, here. And I kind of hand him a silver piece for your trouble. You've done quite well, thank you. I kind of go back to smoking and drinking the swill that is the ale thing.
It's definitely a mixed drink. It's probably a little of all the patrons' cups from upstairs from yesterday. And the boy takes the silver, and he looks over to you, Slate, and he says, your book. Your book's fallen out of your bag."
Yeah, so as he says that, Slate, as he's cutting the apple into quarters, you hear the dagger just clatter on the barrel that is our table, and he very swiftly but methodically swoops his hand off to the side and tucks it away, and he says, "That's just my tinderbox."
Certainly. It was falling out of your bag. You know, thank you for the silvers, and have a good night.
And
oh, go ahead.
oh, sorry, Slate will toss him a quarter of the apple.
He's far more excited about this than the silver, believe it or not. And he sort of fumbles to catch it, and then he wraps it in a bar rag and sticks it in his pocket for probably to have a moment enjoying it later when he's not at work. And Duncan appears back in the doorway, and he's kind of got an odd look on his face, and he's sort of standing there, and then you can see that his corner of his mouth has a little wine on it, and then it opens, And in the glint of the light from upstairs, you can see that a dagger has been pushed through the back of Duncan's head and it's protruding through his mouth. And as the dagger slides from his head with a... You see another face in the doorway. Rob, I want you to describe the face that these men see.
The face that these men see, it's covered by a mask. A mask that looks like a hybrid between a fencing mask and a knight's bucket helm. It is jet black, and it has a single slit across the eyes, from inside which you can see two brilliantly white eyes staring as the former general clatters to the floor. Fade steps in to the tavern, and he mutters, "It is fitting. A fitting place for a vanquished victor to die." Fade steps over the bloody general and moves with confidence and with the grace of a panther to the bar, and he simply nods at the barkeep. Fade has been here before. Fade has his usual.
And the young boy is shaking because he knows what Fade is, he knows who Fade is, and he knows that he's here to kill someone, and for no other reason. Fade doesn't come to drink. Fade comes to drink while he's waiting to kill someone. And so, from a different location in the barkeep leans down and grabs a bottle that is far too ornate for this place. And he holds it with grace, and he sets it on the table, and he slowly uncorks it. And in the cleanest glass he can muster, he pours and slides over a shot to Fade.
And it's very possible that while the barkeep and the new patron are conducting their business, that they would hear sliding of leather across the floor and the very faint jingle of buckles as Slate pushes his companions, his gambling companions, fighting gear across the floor for easier access. And then there's a clatter, a screech of wood against wood as his chair is thrown back. He doesn't care about the people upstairs anymore. He stands up to his full 6'5", cracks his shoulders, you hear an audible pop, and walks over to the body of Duncan.
I grab my shield, grabbing the warhammer, unclipping it as I stand up, kicking the chair away from me. It just clatters, even like snaps. The old wood just rotten anyway. You, sir, are ready to take your last drink. And I slam my warhammer against the gilded metal of the shield. On it, an embossed symbol of a warhammer balancing two scales. I will see you dead. And I begin to Like I just kind of advance a little, but I'm standing in a defensive position.
Fade seems to casually acknowledge both of your presences. His leather gauntlet is wrapped about this shot, and he seems almost annoyed that he has not yet had the chance to drink it. He slides it away. He pushes his stool back, and he rises to face this half-orc and this human brandishing his weapon and shield. Fade looks down, looks to his left, looks to his right, and then moving quicker than light, probably an exaggeration, but incredibly fast. A blade is drawn from beneath his cloak, and it slams with a sickening splat into Slate's throat.
And as it does so, you see the half-orc standing there, a look of shock on his face. His morning star clatters to the ground, and he drops to one knee. He grabs the hand with Fade's dagger into it and stares him into the eyes as he says,
O great Redeemer, fill this vessel with your holy light, that he may smite your foes.
and you see a flash of blue fire appear in his eyes as he turns to his companion, Almar. And Almar, you feel this emboldening in you and this holy blue glow appear around you as I cast Bless on my companion and fall to the ground, bleeding out.
Panicking, feeling the surge of energy through me. Yusa! And I'm running straight at Fade. My Warhammer kind of raised up at first, but almost in a fake to come down low and try and take out the side of his leg to knock him to the ground.
So Fade sees Almar charging forth, and his eyes survey him with a cold, welcoming stare. Fade steps aside, the weapon singing past that faceless, cold black mask. It slams painfully into the bar itself, sending drinks, tankards, bottles all over the place. Fade stares into Almar's eyes and mutters, "You spilled my drink." He ducks under. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Just as you say that, your drink, sir, will be the last thing you'll be worried about. And Pollock wrenching it from the wood, after especially the rage, seeing as how he just saw his friend die. He makes a desperate swing, which just kind of narrowly shoots over your head, and he comes back holding kind of balancing the head of the Warhammer on the shield as he's kind of like trying to gauge what you're going to do.
Fade begins to prowl in a half circle around Almar, assessing where to strike. As he takes in the full image of him, he understands that this might not be as easy as he first thought. And then he dashes at him again, And I think Almar would make a strike that Fade would once again, almost arrogantly, try and duck out of the way. But this time, the blade sinks just half an inch into Fade's right shoulder, and it sends him spinning in a corkscrew fashion into the air. But he lands on his feet like a cat. And this time, as he lands, he draws two identical black short swords, and with a spin, brings them both cutting into the side of Almar's flesh.
The shield kind of drops as these two blades sink in. You can feel like the hot burning pain, the searing of these two weapons digging into his sides. Trying to bring his arm up to hold his warhammer and even to hold his shield, it's difficult as the blood loss is beginning to show. Blood twin streams like pooling down the side of his greaves and chainmail. Staring, breathing heavily, just, all right, I will go. I will die, but I will take you with me. And blood begins to kind of pool at the corner of his mouth. Then come! Dance with me, assassin. Dance with me.
Fade stares into Almar's eyes once again. You can see a look of triumph glinting there behind this dark mask. And slowly, casually, he stalks towards him. And as he does, he audibly says to you, "By the 7 names of the dismembered Lord himself, I shall send you flailing into the void." And he stabs violently down. The first short sword enters the top of Almar's left shoulder. The second pierces right through his heart. And Fade makes a concerted effort to maintain eye contact the whole time.
I stare at this short sword, basically directly in eye contact with me, and the vision starts to blur, and I begin to think of why I was on the road, think of where I was going, thinking of the man that I had to kill, and in my head, "No happen. Justice. Justice. I need justice. I need vengeance." And I sink to my knees, and as my hand holding onto the top of my shield to try and hold myself up, it almost seems like I'm pushing the shield straight through the floorboard, straight through the earth of Dragongrin itself, and a crack appears in the metal patina of the shield, a crack that seems to be forming for no apparent reason, splitting the symbol, splitting the scales in half. And as the short sword piercing my heart seems to sink a bit deeper, the light, like switching off a lamp, just goes out in my eyes, and I clatter to the floor in a pool of my own blood.
Almar Neris, you're dead. Slate, your throat is open and the blood pumping from it and pooling on the floor is the only warm thing in this room. You shake and your extremities tingle. You're dying, and you see your travel mate murdered before you. Describe what's going through your mind.
We see as this battle subsides the ruins in which this chamber lays. The barrel that was our table is smashed. The floor has pooled with drink. The smell of hard drink. We see mixing with the alcohol on the floor the half-orc's blood. And he slowly clutches his neck as if to hold his voice box in. And he turns to his shadowy assailant, laying there near lifeless on the floor. And he spits a curse at him.
The great Redeemer. His radiance did gaze into the abyss, and every creature of shadow, demon, and the like was rent aside by the flames of his radiance. And with his last dying move, he pulls out a piece of flint from his tinderbox and scrapes it across the iron of the barrel. And there's a flash of light as the entire room goes into a blaze. And he gets up to one knee and falls back down, but continues to scream his curses at this assassin. And he says, "In this life or the next, we shall have our revenge on you and your dismembered lord."
The blast from Slate's death throes flings Fade, smashing through a support that holds the floor above them. One of them. And he slams violently against the back wall. Fade gives himself a shake. And he looks up. And he sees this burning visage, this half-orc, silhouetted in fire, crumbling into ash. And he slowly begins pulling himself up the back wall. His composure has been shaken. That hurt. Everyone else in the bar is panicked, rushing for safety. Fade looks towards the bar. You can see that, obediently, the barkeep had refilled his drink. The barkeep knew better than to ignore that. Hell of a day, Fade mutters to himself. And he stalks towards the bar, mindful to stay away from the blaze that is still burning in the center of this place. And he takes that shot. Sorry.
I was just going to say that as you do so, as you stalk towards the bar, it's said that a rush of the arcane, maybe biological chemicals, maybe a mixture of the two, maybe imminence and the bleak, converges on a person when they die. They say it's why they see the light. They say that things shift as your body begins to leave this realm to go to the next. It's not accurate in what it sees and perceives. And in the throes, in the brutality of what Slate has done, yes, there was a fire, and yes, it did roar. But in the damp bar, it didn't go far. And he managed to burn himself, and in this conflagration that burst with the alcohol-soaked clothing and dirt on him, the flames burst and then died down slightly. And now there's the heap of a body of a half-orc zealot who burned himself alive as smaller, non-threatening flames flicker around him. But in his mind, he went out with a bang. To those still alive, as loud as he screamed and as fervent as he shouted, his god failed him, as gods often do in Dragongrin. Now take your shot, Fade. You've earned it.
Not that anyone is really, I think, even daring to look at Fade. Everyone is probably too busy trying to escape this blaze that, while not threatening to the building structure, is still quite an intimidating sight. The fire mixing with the ash of this zealot floating into the air, casting strange shadows across the room. Fade reaches up. His mask is sort of wreathed by this hood of this long black cloak that flicks behind him as the wind from this fire is just flicking it from side to side. And he reaches up to his mask and he pulls something here and here. And the bottom portion of this mask is able to flick up. Fade brings the shot to his lips. He does it out of habit rather than really wanting a drink right now. And he knocks it back. Then, with an almost self-conscious efficiency, he fits the bottom part of the mask back down, squares his shoulders, and begins to walk towards the door of the vanquished victor.
And what does it feel like as your legs start to give out?
As Fade takes his third step towards the door, his knee feels like jelly. And it sort of gives and he falls to one knee. He looks up and then he looks down to his chest. Seems that zealot managed to pack more of a punch than he first considered. And he goes to stand and then his other knee gives out. That fire that's to his left seems incredibly hot, despite the fact that it's now just embers.
Yeah, and your cheeks and your tongue start to become numb, and you're tasting something odd, something bitter, and you begin to lose the command of your limbs, and you begin to sort of teeter, and you see the barkeep nervously kind of look, and you're becoming paralyzed, and you're slowly just crumpling. It's not something you've ever really felt before, and you are now in a heap, looking at the doorway, and you can only see from the angle you're at the boots of someone who walks in a door. You feel like you've recognized these boots before. You feel like you've seen them. Somehow they're familiar. But you can't even turn your eyes upward at the angle you're at. And a voice speaks. It's not the voice belonging to whoever's wearing those boots, but it's the barkeep. And as your eyes begin to close, as you begin to struggle for breath, and as you begin to fade, the last thing you hear before you die is the barkeep say, "Yeah, he drank it just like you said." For apparently, the barkeep isn't the only one who knows Fade's favorite drink at the Vanquished Victor. Slate, Almar, and Fade. This isn't a dream. This isn't theatrics. Your characters are absolutely dead. And with that, why don't we take a short break and do some intros? So how you guys digging it so far?
What do you mean so far? We're dead, man. We died.
Yeah,
It's awesome.
yeah. Hey, so that was great. That was probably one of the shortest one-shots we've ever played here. Phenomenal. Yep. Love it. I got to say, like, especially for everyone watching at home, so we didn't roll any dice, but we made it work in such a way that it flowed so beautifully well. And, I mean, obviously a lot of that is thanks to Tim's, like, just spot-on, beautiful DMing. I mean, it's just amazing. But also, I mean, this is actually kind of an interesting way to show people that, you know what, you guys don't have to necessarily PvP actual combat. Like if you have a way to, like, if you just kind of realize that, you know what, we're just playing a game here, it's not a competition, and, we're probably going to get our asses kicked by that beautiful bearded British man who, just, like, dismembered me, essentially. At least I got a warrior's death. I was pretty happy with that. But yeah, no, I thought it's such a beautiful flow. It was very, very even. Yeah.
I absolutely loved it, man. I had an absolute. I mean, I knew it was gonna be good when I knew who was playing in it, cause all y'all are good. But I gotta say, this is Rob's first online game ever. And this dude is fucking amazing. I'm sorry for saying the swear word. I know that this is a family channel. Kids, be kind to your parents and eat your vegetables. I didn't say that. But anyway, no, it's awesome, man. I was so excited. If you guys know, I know we're supposed to introduce ourselves, but I'm going to give a plug to Rob's channel, Performance Check, because it's a relatively new channel, but it's really, really good, and you should check it out. Tim, I mean, I feel like what you're doing, like, with the Crux game and with this game, like, just jumping in and staying immersed the whole time, it's really cool, man, and I feel like you're like a Jackson Pollock, only you paint stuff that actually looks like something, and it's awesome, man.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. I super do. And yeah, I feel like I'm finding out what it's like to run a game in Dragongrin, and I'm really getting a handle on it. I'm digging it, and the players, you guys made that. Truly, if you go back and watch this video, I talked a little bit. You all took the concept and ran with it and made it narratively beautiful. So yeah, I'm very happy with where the game is going.
First of all, Locrius, thank you very much for plugging my channel. I should probably introduce myself, as you're quite right. This is my first online game and my first live game. And I posted a thing the other day saying, and I still mean it 100%, that I could ask for no mightier company than you guys. And thank you for such a warm welcome. As I say, my name is Rob. My channel is Performance Check, and I adored what just happened. I felt really terrible when I had to turn around and put a blade in Slate's throat. But I think it was for the good of the story. I just can't wait to see what's gonna develop, if anything. A very short game.
Yeah, so I guess do we roll up new characters now? Like I didn't really roll up a new one. I don't know.
I can make a wizard.
I'm gonna be a dwarven barbarian, and he's gonna have a two-handed sword. He's gonna be the toughest guy.
He's a tough guy in Dragongrin.
Yeah.
Scrapper. Some folks in the chat are asking, like, well, so what? What is happening? Is the game over? No, the game is not.
What
over.
is happening?
The second thing is, I promise you, this was not a dream. That's the number one thing. You will not be tricked. This was not an illusion, a hallucination, or anything like that. These characters who have died in this game are dead, and that's the truth. What happens next will play out, but it's not a fake. They're dead, and they died the way that they described, and their life left their body. We're just going to leave it at that. So just know that it's not like some sort of odd mind screw or something like that. They're dead, and that's what we're going to find out. How I'm going to actually run a game off of that in the next part of the session here. So we'll do very quick, proper intros. I'm Tim, and you're watching Tabletop Terrors. I run the channel with my brother James. And then I'll go ahead and go from my left to right. So, Locrius, go for it, buddy.
What's up, everybody? My name is Locrius. I play in the rock band Planetoid. You can check us out, Planetoid Music, on the YouTube. And I used to make D&D videos about monsters, and I'll do it again. There's some in the pipeline. It just takes a long time. And that channel is Locrius Planetoid. And I love playing with y'all. I'm having a great time.
Mike.
Hey everybody, my name is Mike. I run the channel Mike the Piper, where I am currently running an awesome Star Wars game, Fantasy Flight Star Wars, with 4 incredible players. They are really making such a wonderful, wonderful game. I'm very excited to play in this one. Also, I highly suggest checking out all of their channels, because these guys are all great individuals and just great players. So I mean, check their channels out if you got time. Check my channel out. And now I'm gonna volleyball the ball over to Rob. Go get him.
Good pass, thank you. Yeah, as I said, my name is Rob, and as Locrius kindly already said, my channel is called Performance Check, and on that, I generally try and focus on how to make your role-playing game more dynamic and performative, and how to convey information in a clear way, and also an entertaining way. So yeah, by all means, check out my videos, and I hope you like them. And yeah, as I said, I'm so psyched to be playing with these guys for my first game. I'm so lucky. Woo! I'm gonna fire it back over to Tim now.
Awesome. So, I know that this is a pretty big build-up. Everyone's kind of wondering, well, what the heck is he going to do next? So, we'll jump right in. Elmar, you can hear a tapping. And you feel a drip on your face. You begin to come to and wake up. But even though your eyes are open, you can't really see anything. What do you do?
Opening my eyes, I suddenly pull in air as if I haven't done that in a while. Just and then suddenly it's almost like my stomach couldn't hold back anymore. I just lean over to one side and just retch this. I don't even know what, because it's hard to see. Brushing my eyes in front of my face. I'm not sure if I've gone blind. I start rubbing my eyes and trying to feel around. Hello. Hello.
And as you do so, everything you said happens, but in your mind, the way that you want it to happen, as your brain is telling your body what to do, and then what actually happens due to the constraints are very different. So, based on the feeling in your head, you're probably not right side up per se. Blood seems to be rushing to it, and whatever's dripping on your face has, it's continuing to drip, and you retch, and as you do so, gravity sort of takes over, and it falls out of your mouth. So as you throw up, it falls down your cheek. So you must be legs upward. And as you go to put your hands in front of your eyes to feel them, there's just a bunch of weight on them. It's as though there's just a bunch of canvas bags or some sort of wet weights just kind of holding you. And as you're pushing back and forth and to and fro, and as you start to cry out, you realize that you're underneath a pile of probably some junk or something like that.
I would try and kind of push and move and do what I can to like get whatever it is off me, as I even begin to panic. And to no one in particular. Who said that? Who said that? Hello? Help, please. Please. Anyone. Stop saying that. Stop saying that, please. Just help me.
Fade. There aren't many beaches in Dragongrin, but in your travels, in your time, you have been to one or two. And this reminds you of the time that you just laid on the beach, sort of face down, as the waves were lapping against you, just feeling the sun on your back. And the only difference is there are no waves, but you feel that sort of heaviness and you feel that wetness, and you feel as though your arms are draped over this huge pile of what could only be trash. And you sort of start to come to.
Fade awakens, his eyes blinking slowly behind his mask. and he only has 1 second where he draws breath, and he remembers. He remembers the twisted dreams of death. He remembers a blackness, and he remembers a maddening, glistening light, blinding almost, that is snuffed out as he returns, gasping with rattling breath. Fade feels like he can't see properly. He reaches out with his gauntleted hand, shaking, trying to get purchase on whatever it is that he's on top of. Panicking. All composure gone.
And you do, and you begin to sort of push with your arms as you make your way to, sort of prop your body up, and it's immediate, it's instinctive, the way you clamber down the pile, almost as though you're just, and then gravity takes over to a degree, and your boots sort of hit the ground, and you're looking around, and you realize the pile of trash is heaped in this room, and you don't know how big it is. Maybe it's 15 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, who can tell? But it's square, and you're looking around, and it's stone, and you're catching your bearings, and you just hear something coming from the pile, something coming from beneath the pile. Slate. Your throat aches, and you are crammed in somewhere. You are clearly on the top of your shoulder blades, pressed down, as though someone has picked you up and put your head into this corner, and you're just kind of jammed in there, and your arm is near enough to your throat that you can feel it. And as you come to, you feel that part of your throat that was stabbed almost automatically, almost just, and while it hurts, the wound is scabbed over and beginning to heal. What do you do?
Confused for a moment, Slate just lays there. Under this heavy beam, oppressively pinning him down, difficulty breathing, he smells burnt wood. Yes, of course. He's 13 years old, and he's in Ashtown, where he grew up as an ash raker. For in his village in Dragongrin, it was known as a place where they burned heretics, and the gutter snipes and poor children could make their money raking this ash after a night of burning men and women alive at the stake. And when he was 13 years old, he got too close to one of these structures that was mostly burnt, and it fell on him and pinned him down, knocked him unconscious, and he went into this crazy dream in a basement, playing cards, stabbed in the throat, but that can't be real. He thinks to himself he's got to push this off of him, and with a strength far too strong for his young years, he does so and pushes this large caber of wood off of him and stands up. He's taller than he should be, stronger. Confused, he looks around, not understanding what's going on.
And as you do so, as you're pushing and moving and etc., you're brought back to realizing you can't remember exactly how you got here. You can't. There are things that are so vivid to you, but then there are things that you should know. You know your name. You know your name. You know your name. Why are you here? Where were you recently? You can't. And as you push, Fade, you see now this immense pile of bodies. And you can only imagine that someone is in the far bottom right corner of the bodies as they're shifting and heaving. And Almar, as you're calling out, you can hear the grunting of Slate as he begins pushing these bodies. And you realize, Almar, that you are in this heap, probably the middle, and you are spread out with, just in an X, upside down in the pile, and you are shifting up and down. And what do all of you do as Fade stands watching this heap of bodies move up and down, sort of cordoned off in this very crude wooden container, sort of like a little wooden particle board wall that's kind of holding the pile in there? What are you all doing?
I think for Fade, what flashes through his mind is this. He thinks, is this my reckoning? He looks at all the faces, all those many dead faces surround him, above him, shifting as some force is pushing them towards him in a dark, macabre dance. Horrified, he starts to try and step back, but he feels like he lacks the strength to move. And horrified, all he can do is stand and stare.
And seeing these shifting bodies for a good long moment, Slate stands there, confused, not remembering. But as he sees the pile shift and he hears the muffled cries, he realizes there's someone alive in here. And he starts grabbing bodies and just tossing them to the side, tossing them out of this box. And he looks over. Perhaps he sees Fade. Do you think that would I be able to see you?
Yeah. Through the cracks, through what would essentially be a jungle of limbs and things like that.
Yeah, so you'll hear the guttural voice call out,
Help us! Help us! Some of us are alive!
and he starts just digging through these bodies, tossing them aside, trying to get to the cries of the other person who's alive in there.
In a black void, grasping hands, gnarled, clawed hands, always grasping for him, always grabbing him, feeling like they're tearing me apart in 20 different directions. All I can think of is those hands again, reaching, grabbing, scratching from the dark. I am realizing now that although I was there, I felt this. I begin pushing, trying to push against all of these hands, these cold hands, and I can hear a muffled voice crying for help as I begin trying to move my hand against torsos and legs and arms and heads, trying to move and push through. I could hear someone, help us, as I begin pulling and pushing through, trying to reach my hand, and Slate would see a hand burst through, like someone just grasping for help, pulling my hand through, grasping, help, I'm
Here, here, please, please.
And I think that Slate would see that hand, and perhaps the hand. I don't know if you'd be able to see him, but you feel a meaty hand grab around yours, and using the combined strength of this other person who's alive here, he starts kicking with all of his might against the wood on the side of this box, trying to break it out and let us all of these bodies clatter out like a collection of children's toys.
Horrified at the muffled cries that have begun to erupt from this box, and movement amidst this mountain of corpses that begin to clatter down like an avalanche. Faye remembers some of his old abilities and is able to just stagger back away as they just tumble down around him. But that voice is like an icy spear of fear in Fade's heart. For Fade has never heard a voice belonging to a target ever speak again.
And the interesting thing here is that I want to riff off of what you're saying, and I want to make it so that you don't know why it's an icy spear. All of you are void of some of your very recent memories, and so I love the idea that you don't remember how you got here. And Rob, Fade feels that icy spear in his heart, but he doesn't remember that he just killed Slate, or that he just killed Almar. And Slate doesn't remember that Fade just killed him either. And I really want to play off of that. I think that's a unique kind of thing where in the situation you're in, you're kind of all that you have, and the memories are gone that you all just tried to kill each other. And so I just retcon that just a wee bit, that there's an icy spear in your heart, but you don't know why, and it's kind of weird.
No, of course, no, that's absolutely fine, and yes, I understand exactly what you mean, absolutely.
Perfect. Slate is probably, no, definitely, the strongest half-orc for his size. There's something about him. It's odd because in all of the slavery that went on in Innis, and all the half-orcs that sort of came out of the orc occupation in Innis through that slavery, there are a lot of half-orcs that got most of the orc. And listen, I'm not trying to be racist, but most half-orcs are stupid, just statistically. But Slate somehow got the brain of a pretty smart human. Some say it was his mom, some say it was his dad. The point is, when you pair the wit that Slate matches with his muscle, it can be noteworthy. And in this case, as Slate pushes the bodies, the makeshift wall that was sort of corralling them from gravity belches open, and with little more than a pop, Fade, these bodies come tumbling toward you. And as these bodies come tumbling toward you, Fade, you react in a way that almost, not quite, but almost surprises you. You're able to jump and move and leap out of the way of these bodies with ease, as though you've done those sorts of things many times. And so as you jump out of the way, you almost use them as moving, rolling stairs as the bodies come tumbling down. And Almar, probably the most dedicated man that anyone could find in Innis these days. As you roll through this wave of bodies, as you find yourself subject to the weight, size, and organic matter of all the bodies that surround you, as they govern your movement, as you are just trying to go with it, you remember that you were in the middle of something important. You remember that it was not just important, because important is a word that's too small to hold the weight of this thing. And like late news of a dead loved one might pierce your heart or hang in the back of your mind like a sour phantom, you feel an incredible sense of urgency for who knows what. As you flood and your face escapes the pool of bodies as they finish this avalanche. You're all relatively able to move and get out of this heap. What would you like to do?
Kicking and freeing my one foot, I finally am able to move and instinctively stretch my arms out. I look up to Slate. Thank you. I don't know what happened, but thank you. Sorry, I'm just to pause for a moment. Alma, my name is Alma, and I would reach out a hand as I'm like kind of like on the ground, laying on the ground.
And yeah, Slate reaches up a thick slab of a gray-skinned hand and allows you to help him up. He looks around. He looks at you for a second. His mouth opens like he's going to say something, but all he says is, "Slate," as he shakes his head and goes over to the pile of bodies and starts checking them for pulses, and if they don't have one, he's just tossing them to the sides. "Is anyone else alive?" And he's just sort of feels like if anybody else is alive, he has to find them.
A voice. Oh, sorry.
No.
A voice from near Slate pipes up. I'm alive. I'm alive. Fade, having used these bodies to sort of climb back up to the top of this pile, is to Slate's side and just above, and is looking down at this grey half-orc, some familiarity dawning on him, but not entirely. And he looks at him, just flinging these bodies aside, quite easily, in fact. And he steps down one body, two body, three. It is at level with him. Do you need a hand?
There's a pause as you walk down and meets Slate's eyes. And he squints at you. For a moment, his expression is inscrutable. And he says, "I know you." And he turns to Alma and he says, "And you."
We're friends, aren't we? We're all friends.
Fade. Fade tries to remember. He thinks hard. Does he have friends? Did he have friends? I'm not sure, he replies. But it seems to me that we are all in a certain predicament. Perhaps it would be wise for us to collaborate in finding out what happened here.
Wait. Were we friends? Are we? I don't know. I am in your debt, sirs, but I'm sorry. What did you say? Slate? Was it? What about vengeance?
What?
Oh,
First time in this grim scene, Slate cracks a smile and a guttural chuckle, and he shakes his head. He says,
Honestly, I don't remember a damn thing.
and he tosses a last body off to the side, and he turns to his newfound companions and he says,
The rest of them are dead. And what good's a dead man? I don't know.
Yes, of course. You're right. Who are you? You are. I don't know. Forgive me, friends. My head is still swimming. I had something important. A shield. Yes. Did anyone see a shield? And I kind of begin lifting bodies, looking for my shield. It was here, metal, with a patina on it. It's embossed. Has anyone seen it?
And you would note that the bodies that are in this room are cleaner than the average person in Dragongrin. It's kind of understood. Like in Dragongrin, everyone, well, not in all of Dragongrin, but in the neutral zone of Innis, everyone kind of smells a little bit. It's like publicly, you just kind of deal with it, but not in here. And it sort of should be the opposite. So these bodies are clothed, and you all are clothed the exact same way that you were, but clothing is present, and equipment and those kinds of things are not. So you've noticed that things like rings and necklaces, satchels, weapons, those kinds of things are not present in the pile. Just the clothing and armor. Some of them are still in their armor, such as you, but the more removable belongings seem to be gone.
and Slate would begin. You see, when you mention looking for your shield, Slate, you see a the look of an epiphany over his face for a moment, and he begins helping you against. But now, most of these bodies have been gone through, but he's spreading them out across the floor of this room and searching each of them. But not for a shield. He's looking for his book. The tome of the Great Redeemer that he found raking ash when he was a teenager. The burnt book of a long-forgotten god. Half of its scriptures marred, unknown. But the one thing that has been a light in this world of darkness, that has given him direction and purpose and hope, it's gone. And you hear him. He actually, I imagine that he's a, you can there's a tangible sense of rage as he's searching through these bodies. They've been picked clean. He grabs one and throws it to the side against the wall, and I imagine that there's a snap of bones as he does it. And he pinches in between his eyes and just sits down against the wall and calms himself.
Fade is watching both of these people that he's just met, all of a sudden frantically searching for belongings, and Fade just watches for a moment and thinks to himself, I should probably do the same. And looks about, and he doesn't even know where to begin. There are so many bodies around him, and it's strange to him that that they are having, are prioritizing this. But he continues to look around for a bit until he hears this half-orc, this slate, fuming about not being able to find something. And Fade gets off his hands and knees from where he's been searching, and he goes and stands next to Slate. And he says, what you're missing, it must be very important to you.
And there's no answer for a moment, as Slate thinks to himself. That book was by far his most precious possession, the only object that he really cared about in the world. And while he can't remember the specifics, he knows that he must not tell anyone about it. Because not only would it be his death, which perhaps doesn't matter anymore, but the forces of this dark place would like nothing more than to snuff out the last light of his patron lord. And so he reaches up as if to say, help me up, and stands and faces his friend. And he says, it doesn't matter. He looks at both of them and he says, it doesn't matter. There's nothing here. Look. They've all been picked clean.
Is coming to this realization, and especially with Slate just hammering that home, I look around. You're right. Stand up slowly, my bones kind of just creaking. Well, perhaps we can find some way out of here. What? Has anyone seen a door or anything? Is a hole, or just some sort of a plague pit? These bodies seem rather clean. Who would wash bodies? I mean, they're dead. The dead don't need a bath. There has to be something.
Elmar, it's humorous because in the blocking, in the configuration in which you're standing, Slate and Fade are next to each other, sort of looking at you. And as you said, has anyone seen a door? You are framed in a door. And so it's actually right behind you. Just a normal wooden door on hinges.
It's funny enough that it's actually so true to life, to my own personal life, that I never see the door. That's like, man, where has anyone seen those pair of scissors that are like right in front of me, chest level on a counter? Like, man, where the hell are those? Oh.
We call that carny looking.
Fortunately, though, I'm always able to find a bottle opener, so that's definitely that is definitely the important thing.
We call that alcoholism. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Alcoholism is admitting you have a problem. I do not. But as I'm standing there looking frantically, I can almost see the looks on both of your faces. That whole, yeah, that's right.
And I imagine that Slate starts chuckling, and he elbows his friend Fade, and looks at you and just starts laughing.
I think Fade, not expecting this elbow to come out of nowhere, is almost just knocked to the ground by it. But then he sort of manages to straighten up a little bit and just gives a nod at Almar to look behind him.
And at first I don't really understand what Fade's alluding to. Like, what? No, is anyone? And then I kind of look around. I mean, I know we've just met, but can we just never talk about that again, if that's all right? And then we can just maybe we should go through the door just over there. Yeah.
Your secret will never leave this tomb.
Thank you, Fade. I just kind of grabbed my head a bit, like a bit of a headache. Does anyone else, both of you, don't remember what has happened? Do you think we'll ever get our memories back? I know I'm supposed to do something, but I don't know what it was. It was something. I needed to meet someone. Was it one of you? No. I needed to do something. And this itch will not get out of my head.
I feel this too, Almar. And I fear that we may need to trigger our memories somehow. It seems all of us have lost a great deal, and I don't know about you, but I fully intend to get my memory back.
There's a loud cracking of wood as you see Slate has taken one of these, one of the wooden posts of this, the box that was holding the bodies, and he's kicked at the side of it and kicked it again and broken it into like 3 sort of vaguely club-shaped pieces of wood, and he tosses them to his friends, one after the other, and he holds it on his shoulder like a lumberjack, and he says,
I don't know if we'll ever remember, but what I do know, someone put us and the rest of these dead men in here. They're probably not going to be too happy if we try to just walk out of here.
I agree. So, let's show them why it was a very poor idea to put the 3 of us in here. And if they're going to put dead men in a room, make sure they're dead. I like this. Yes, I do like this. And I begin walking towards the door.
As Almar does, Fade puts a firm hand on his chest to prevent him from walking any closer to the door. We all, I'm sure, are capable of defending ourselves. However, it seems that if whoever put us here did so, and were able to, we are going to need a plan. I suggest I go first. I appear to be light of foot. Perhaps I should scope the way before we just go marching in.
And as soon as you say that, I kind of drop the club, kind of mimicking Slate, but I kind of drop the club a bit. Well, wait. I mean, we don't know each other. I understand you're light of foot, but we also don't know each other. How do we know we can trust you?
I guess in situations such as these, you must have a little faith. And as he says so, he looks towards Slate. Clearly a half-orc who believes that faith is the way to go in such times.
And the words of his companions start to sink in, and he does see the wisdom of Alma's words. And he has been double-crossed before, even though he doesn't remember what recently transpired. He most certainly has seen the darker side of humanity. This man does speak with wisdom. He shrugs, and he says,
Well, one of us has to go first. Might as well be him.
and he motions to Fade as he does so.
Fade just gives a curt nod to Slate, and as he turns to go towards the door, his eyes linger on Almar just for a second too long, perhaps. There is something definitely wrong here, and Fade has picked that up, but he doesn't let on. And he takes his trusty heft of wood that Slate has just tossed his way, looks at it, doesn't feel particularly balanced, but why should it? And he begins to move his way towards the door. And he's gonna have a little bit of a listen at the door.
So I want you to go ahead and make the first roll of the game.
Oh my goodness me, I shall.
I was just gonna say that. I was like, we haven't rolled a die, and it's awesome, man. That's so cool.
I love it, man. Oh, God. You guys are just dream players. So I want you to go ahead and roll for me. And I will let you use, I think, go ahead and do insight.
Okay, here goes. Okay, so that is a 15.
Okay. You hear the unmistakable stillness in the next room. It almost sounds too quiet. No rattling, no moving. It seems like there's that hanging weight of still air in a room that has nothing going on.
Well, it sounds like nothing's back there, Fade says, without betraying his sense of there being something a little off in that room. But he feels that he kind of got to get these people on side. He does sense that there's something that they perhaps know and haven't told him. So he's going to go ahead and open the door rather than make them go through as guinea pigs, as it were. And he's going to slowly try and open the door. And he's going to try and sense to see if anything is going to happen as he does so. And he braces.
And as you brace, wisely brace, nothing happens. The door opens outward into the room. And it's, from what you can see in front of you, well lit enough. The thing that you notice immediately, and truly it would slowly be evident to all of you, that there's an unmistakable smell in there that's probably one you wouldn't recognize. It's oily and earthy, almost as if it were a clay or something, being carved with a sharp knife, just a nice fresh brick of clay, just smelling. So there's a thick, almost oily resin smell in the air.
Taking in all these senses, he looks back to his two comrades and simply says, "It's all clear, but something's amiss. Take a look for yourselves."
Give a cursory glance over to Slate and kind of nod my head. Why don't I go? I seem to be armored thickly, and I think you're not the only one with a faith in a deity. And I begin to walk, like kind of stride, kind of confidently through the door, gripping, like in my mailed gauntlet, just gripping the wood, just hearing the fibers of the wood kind of like snap just a little, gripping it tight. I walk past Fade, nod my head and smile a bit, and I just begin to kind of like inch around the one side, kind of around the wall, and just to kind of see what I can see.
So the room is large, and it looks like a workshop of some sort. You can see that to your right, there is a thick curtain, just a plain patchwork curtain. And this room is larger than the one that you're in by about double. It's hard to say in feet how many it is, but 40, 50 feet. And it could be described as square from where you are, though it might have a couple of edges, nooks, and crannies. And in front of the curtain, there are all manner of buckets, and they seem to be well arranged by design in groups. And as you look closely, and as it starts to sort of dawn on you what it is it looks like it's paint. Just thick buckets of oil paint, so many different colors. And as you look around, you realize that that's the smell. And there are brushes and different artists' tools, things that a painter would use. And so you're in what looks to be a storage room or a workshop or something like that of some sort of painter.
Would turn and look to the others. Is anyone else suddenly really unnerved by this? Because I'm really unnerved by this. Why would a painter have a room full of dead bodies inside?
Depends what this painter fully perceives to be art, my friend.
Fair enough. I mean, art is quite subjective, but This. Does anyone see any other weapons around? Other pieces of kit? Maybe a book. Slate, you were looking for a book, weren't you?
So Slate never said anything about looking for the book. That was like an internal monologue, just to be clear. No problem at all, brother. No problem at all. But Slate, just because he knows that he's seen so many heretics burnt at the stake, he understands that it's not something that he can talk about. But he rubs his hand across his throat, the scabs still tender, and he says, he motions to it, and he says, he looks at the throats of his companions, and I don't think that he would see a similar scar. He will say,
We were all killed by different means. I'm going to go check on the others.
and he goes back into the other room and starts searching the other bodies to try to see how they were killed, with his knowledge of the vague little bit of knowledge of medicine that he has.
Sure. And while you do that, I'll let you may choose any role that you think would help you in that. You could do investigation if that's your thing. You could do a sort of medicine check of some sort. So whatever role you think would be fair, go ahead and roll it, and then put the number in the chat. And
Sounds good.
yeah, so you can go ahead and do that. That's actually really clever. Almar, I want you to give me an insight roll. And if you want, just put the number in the chat there.
Not a problem. Can't even remember what if I have. It's pretty bad. I can't remember if I have insight.
It's not, man. This has been a rules light game, and it's the first time you're using the character, so it's actually pretty normal.
Right, there you
go. Peeking from below the curtain, you can see what is unmistakably, to a man of your past, we'll say, there's some steel peeking out from the curtain, from underneath it, maybe a sword. And upon closer inspection, you can see the way that the light is, that through the curtain, you can kind of see that there's piles of things in there. Probably the equipment and things that were once on those people who are dead.
I quickly kind of look to Fade. Fade, over here. And I, as subtly as someone wearing chainmail can tiptoe quickly across a room over the curtain, I begin to kind of like pull back on the curtain and look for, or at least look at this pile of items.
Sure. So as you pull back the curtain, you're surprised by what you see. You're not expecting this. And we're going to go over to Slate. So, Slate, tell me your experience with dead bodies. I know you have some sort of medicine, but is this something you're used to, or is this kind of messing you up right now?
I think that, especially now when there's not others to watch his composure, there's sweat beating on Slate's brow. He has sent plenty of people on to the afterlife, and he has seen many a dead body that the skeletal burnt remains of them. That's not something that he would find unfamiliar. He's seen plenty of dead in Dragongrin, but what's eating at him on the inside, he knows that there's something wrong with the bodies just being left here. It's not right. It should be buried or cremated. But being right here, there's something, he has a chill up his spine. Not just that these people are dead, he sees the dead every day. But knowing that they're probably not going to be able to go on to the afterlife in the way that that everyone deserves, it's grating on him. And he does not know enough about his religion to give them last rites without burning them. So there's sweat on his brow, and as he inspects these bodies for wounds, for signs of their death.
And the wounds are myriad. There absolutely is no rhyme or reason. This seems like an arrow through the eye, a cut throat. You find a couple of interesting things as you're going through this, and with the amount of dead that you've seen, some thoughts cross your mind. The first thought is, there are no partial bodies. So there are no, there might be a body missing a hand or an arm or things like that, but there are no torsos or just legs. So they seem to be mostly whole. You also find that these bodies have been cleaned. So the wounds are evident. Probably more evident against their clean skin than if there was blood, but they've been thoroughly washed, and there are so many of them, of so many ages and sizes and races, that you can't seem to find any sort of pattern, but they do look as though they have been prepared for something. These aren't dirty dead, and they certainly may have been piled, but it's more like they were being stored, if that makes sense.
Sorry, I was muted there for a second. Absolutely. So Slade, he goes about searching them, but I have the feeling that after, he gets through, 5, 6, 7 of these bodies, just the grim reality hits him that these bodies were collected, methodically treated, and put here for a purpose. He shakes his head, and he peers back over his shoulder to see if the others are watching, and it seems like they're going about their business in the other room. So he will kneel, and he will pray, and he will hold out his hand, and whispering in a gravelly voice, he'll say,
Great Redeemer, I cannot bathe these bodies in your radiance of flame, but send them, their souls, back to your bosom, to the light of your splendor. I do not know the proper words, but hear my voice and usher them to the great beyond.
And he shakes his head, realizing he doesn't know the proper words to say, and he stands and wipes the sweat from his brow and heads back to meet his companions.
And as you do so, you can't help but think of one final thing. It's more of a question than an answer. You put your hand to your throat, and you don't know why or how, but you know that there should be a wound there, and you feel a question rise in you as you run your hand over essentially a smooth throat with perhaps a whisper of a scar, but certainly there should be a huge gaping wound in your neck from where you were stabbed by Fade. Now, not remembering that clearly, you do feel as though you're missing something, and you wonder why every other body there has clear, open, deadly wounds that, yes, have been cleaned, but are still absolutely present. But yours were not. And you can't help but think that you didn't see any wounds on your companions either. Elmar, as you peel away the curtain, you're immediately met with too much information to process. So, I want to know what you focus on first. Do you focus to your right, to your left, or directly in front of you?
I think when the curtain pulls back, does it pull back from like right to left or left to right, or you're muted, Tim.
The funniest part is that I muted it to talk, so I must have been unmuted. What I was saying is it pulls back from right to left. That's kind of how I imagined it. So since that's the first one you said too, I just imagined this kind of that action.
Gotcha. So I mean, as I pull from right to left, I would probably look at like basically start looking as soon as I'm pulling, and I'm looking whatever the curtain's revealing as I'm looking. So I'd probably be looking from wherever the curtain opens from right, and then it would be to left. So just kind of scanning it, seeing, mostly looking for stuff.
Yeah, totally. So on the first thing you see is what looks like sorted items. So it's a pile of swords, maybe a couple of tables, and some shields, some books, some backpacks, and you can see that this room that the curtain opens into is actually even bigger than the one you're standing in. So the curtain is acting as a cloth door into a larger room. So on the right, you can see that. Sorted various items. You can tell that they've been organized by some sort of method, probably by type, as it looks like there's swords and shields and different things in different piles.
I would just kind of look back to make sure that Fade was looking what I was seeing, and I'd say, you'd better go get Slate. And I'd walk over to where the shields were and begin searching for my shield.
So yeah, absolutely. Now, remember, as you pull the curtain back, that's the first thing you see. Then there's another thing in the middle of the room, and then something else at the far left. So as you pull the curtain back and you see these piles of equipment and weapons, in the middle of the room, you see something quite ghastly. This is a scene of blood, of tragedy. This looks like pieces of creatures. And it seems like maybe a pile of items that hasn't been gone through yet, that hasn't been sorted. And it's difficult to interpret this mass of flesh, meat, and blood. And I won't over-explain it, but it's grotesque. You see things like beer tankards with bloody fingerprints. You see what looks like a musical instrument broken in half. You see a well-worn helmet in a burlap sack. You see the worst of probably all of the things in the room, which is light glinting off of a tarnished locket, but it's in the stomach of some sort of hound. And unfortunately, the locket has been eaten by the hound, and it appears as though maybe the person holding the locket has been eaten by the hound too. So in the center of this room is a mishmash of awful, grotesque items that haven't been sorted and people who maybe didn't make the cut for the other room.
My eyes linger on it, kind of in a mixture of morbid curiosity and a bit of disgust as I kind of slide it, like just slide the curtain, I guess, almost to its full extent. And I guess whatever was to the left is gonna be something. I only assume it'll be a Tarask or a dragon.
It's a dragon holding a Tarask gun.
Wow, that shoots Tarasks. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Tarask bullets. You actually have it. It's an odd interaction of feelings in your minds, and anyone who's looking through the curtain at this point has seen this unfurling of, first, equipment, secondly, this horrendous pile, and then third, you see a mixture of wonder, odd familiarity, and beauty, in a way, as you see this large machine, and it's then that you actually see a familiar face. You see Duncan McClellan, and he's affixed to this machine, and as your brain realizes what's happening, you look at the base of this machine that has buckets in front of it, and you look up at Duncan McClellan, and you look that he has been attached and put into this machine, and at the bottom of the machine you see that there are multiple buckets with multiple colors of paint, and you realize where the paint must be coming from and how it's being made. Duncan is affixed to this machine. He is half gone. His legs are completely gone. And it looks as though he's been lowered slowly into this machine that is essentially turning him into paint.
I said I wasn't going to swear, so I won't. But the only thing in my head is, what the actual, and I'll let you fill in the rest.
What the bleak?
Yeah. What the blippity bloop? And I just look and just shock, confusion. The words are just hanging in the back of my throat, along with just barely disguised horror. And staring, I almost begin to back up, and I almost trip over like a few discarded items. I almost slip and just try and catch myself as I back up into, I guess, whatever would be an archway into this room. I'm just against this this wall, just staring and questioning and just out of utter confusion.
And as you do so, you feel yourself bump in to something, but it's not a wall, it's the form of Slate. He's walked in, and you hear his voice next to yours just say,
Name of God.
I think as Alma stumbles back, hits Slate, Fade takes in this horrific visage before them all. And he kind of looks down and he collects himself. And this furious heat builds up inside of him. He is furious. the confusion, the stress of the situation is starting to really, really etch on his mind. And piece of wood in hand, he stalks into the room, completely against his usual modus operandi. He actually isn't careful about this at all. Just stalks straight up to the machine to see if there's any way to stop it, to get this individual who looks oddly recognizable off it. Is there anything he can see that can stop this machine?
So yeah, it's interesting. The machine itself doesn't seem to be running at the moment, but you can take Duncan down. At this point, it's as though someone put half of a log through a wood chipper. But oddly, there's not a lot of gore and blood. It's as though something is taking place in this machine so that it's keeping things relatively clean in the room. So aside from the pile that seems to be the work pile, there's not wood chipper sprayings and everything. It's this very sort of methodical, someone who's done this before kind of setup. And you can absolutely take him down from this, where I imagine that there is a network of simple sort of poles with, I don't want to think like meat hooks and things, but almost like he would be rested in there. Like there was a place to put people and lower them in. And he's just propped in there because there's a good chance he was dead when they started making him into paint anyway. So there's no fasteners or things. This isn't necessarily for living people. And it's starting to make sense. That's what the pile of bodies would probably be for. And, you know, you can do with him as you wish, or what's left of him.
So Faye does. He takes hold of him from these light fastenings, and he brings whatever remains of McClellan down from this contraption, lays him upon the floor, and he just looks down at this old man, this broken old man, and he takes one sigh and he looks up to his companions. He mutters, This is it. This is one thing too far. We need to find who did this, and we need to find him now.
Well, it's fortunate that we've stumbled across a veritable armory of retribution, and I would highly suggest that we take full advantage of it. And my eyes just kind of linger over the swords and spears and warhammers and bows, both broken and whole, and and the shields and everything else. Yes. I don't know who this man is, but most certainly his body does not need to be defiled like this. What say you, Slate?
I've seen some grim things in my day, but I can't remember anything as repugnant as this. I agree. We arm ourselves, we find who did this, and we make them pay.
As he turns to the pile of armaments, he begins rifling through them and outfitting himself.
And I will do the same, but I will start with the shields to try and find my shield.
Fade is also going to be sifting through these weapons to see if he finds anything that feels in any way suitable for him.
And mechanics-wise, you know, aside from the things that I know you're clearly looking for, there's a good selection of common, mundane sort of starting gear weapons and things like that. So You can outfit yourselves however you choose, and if you have something that you're looking for in particular, you can let me know, and we can make sure you can have at least an opportunity to find it. Aside from the like personal named items that I know, like Mike, you're looking for your shield. Slate's looking for the book. We can roleplay that, but if there's anything else you want, you don't have to narrate it to me. You can just kind of have it, and as long as it's not crazy, we can just go with that. And Almar, I think your shield is something you would recognize fairly easily, right?
Yes, definitely.
All right, it's not there. There are many shields there of many makes and shapes and sizes, but yours in particular isn't there.
And I begin like tossing shields aside. No. It has to be here. It has to be here. I need that shield. I need that shield. And again, I would just kind of put my hand to my palm to my head. I just have a moment where I calm down. I find a shield with like a simple wooden shield with a kind of a metal kind of handguard. I grab it. I look at the pile of warhammers, and I do notice one that seems to be good in my hand. Twists, moving it back and forth. I see the metal. It has been fashioned out of one straight piece of metal, twisted and curved into a standard warhammer. It'll do. Put it at my kind of like in a hook onto my belt. I see some javelins. I see a knife. But as I pass by the short swords, and immediately, as my hand hovers over it, I immediately put my hand right to the top of my chest. And I just, again, feel this cold stabbing through my chest. And just looking strangely, shaking my head, like, it's nothing. And I grab a couple daggers and put them into kind of strap them onto a belt. I look back at the others.
Just as Almar is recovering from his shortness of breath at the sight of these short swords, Fade's hand claps on his shoulder. Everything okay?
Yes, I guess coming back from the dead is a new experience for me. I simply want to find this person, kill them. Perhaps it is everything that has happened. It is much, but we have a purpose.
Indeed we do. Fade looks down and he sees what Almar had been looking at, those short swords. Perhaps not familiar short swords, but short swords all the same. And they look suitable. And as he goes to gather them, he spots something else lying tucked away in the dirt. A small black contraption. Something echoes in the back of his mind, something familiar. And he looks to his left wrist on his gauntlet, looks down again at this contraption on the floor, and reaches his gloved hand around it. He lifts it and smiles behind his mask. He clicks this thing onto his wrist and locks it there with a simple flick of a sliding hinge.
Slate, how badly burned is your book?
The cover is completely blackened. Fortunately, it was bound with some sort of a leather on it, and there's a lump in the middle that seems like at one point it was embossed with a holy symbol. but the outside is completely blackened and charred, and probably half of the entire book is illegible. And it's unfortunate because it's the side of the book that has been burned, so you can flip through the entire book, but half of each page you can't read. So his faith has been pieced together with what he could find here and there. And in fact, there's parts that are, there's wood blocks of images detailing the outfitting of those of his worshippers, including those who hold a shield emblazoned with the symbol of his God, the Great Redeemer. But that side of the book has been burnt. Sort of imagine a block print of a man in armor with a shield, but the shield itself, the image, has been burnt. And so he's rifling through the shields, and he pulls out, by far, the crappiest looking shield of all. It's a round, simple wooden shield that has been burnt to the best facsimile of what he could find in that book. He picks it up. He adjusts the chainmail that he's recently put on himself, and he looks over and he sees a glint, another piece of armor. Just a finishing touch. He's never worn one before, but he picks up a gorget and he slips it over his neck, over the scar on his neck, and buckles it as he looks around, hopefully hoping to find his book.
So you do see, as you're, outfitting yourself with this gorget, the pile of books seems to be so many, which is very odd for Dragongrin. So the pile of books has some on a table, some on the floor, but all of them seem to be well cared for and sorted. So perhaps this is more of a collection of books than it is sort of the piles of swords and the piles of shields. Perhaps this is sort of a library of sorts for whoever owns this room. And what I want to do is, as Slate looks through the pile, let's just for fun, let's come up with some of the names of some of the books that he sees, just sheerly for flavor, because that seems like a fun thing to do. Who wants to go first? Who wants to tell me the name on a book and describe what the book looks like that Slate picks up?
Slate'll go first. So he's rifling through these books, and he sees what looks like the charred blackness of a book, and I imagine that he pushes off the books on the side. He thinks it's the one, it's about the same shape, but as he lifts it up, he realizes that it's just bound in a black leather, and there's a silver script that's been pressed on it, and it says, "A Visitor's Guide to the Northern Lands." He tosses it to the side.
Love that.
The next book you pick up is interesting. It's actually, instead of leather, it's a book that is bound by two slats of wood and held together with what almost looks like silk, but on closer inspection it's a very, very intricately woven and beautifully woven linen. Grabbing the book and picking it up, you're about to toss it to the side, but you realize, and you look, each page has been painted so that when the book is closed and pressed together, it actually has a picture painted onto the pages themselves when it's looked, and it's a picture of a battle scene. And on the front you see nothing but burned into the wood. Victory for Lightfall. the dismembered lord's legacy.
Also, among this collection of books, there's one tome that looks particularly worse for wear. Its cover is almost in half, long ways, vertically. However, its title is on the spine, and it says, "Memoirs of the Smiling Men." And inside are a number of mad ramblings from what appeared to be a cultish, fanatical group that collected notes on their feverish dreams, fed by a very rare herb known as Visionary's Root. Visionary's Root is a strange and rare root that, when chewed upon, they say you receive prophetic dreams. Whether it's true or not is entirely up to those who believe it or not.
You guys are the best. This is the best. And so Slate picks up one more book. And this particular book is a beautiful red leather. It seems like it's one of the most well-kept books, and it has a binding that is wrapped in more of the red leather with golden rivets that run down its spine. And on the cover of the book, there's actually, surprisingly, what looks like a crest containing a fork, a knife, and a spoon. And it says Volume 1. And atop the book, in gorgeous gold lettering, it says, "A Cookbook of the Realms" by Arlen Jonathan Benjamin, the Savorist. Your book isn't here, Slate. It's not here, and it's probably gone forever. It's probably where you were before, but where were you before? And your memories are gone. And it's like a word that you can't quite remember. It's on the tip of your tongue, and you can think of the shape of it, and you can almost say it. And there, in the corner, you see something. You see trash. You see what is thrown away by whoever was capable of this sort of thing. And to most, this would be imperceptible, but to you, it's like you're able to see this book in your sleep, and in that pile of trash, you see clearly your tome. Open, scattered, and thrown aside, a book of zealot ramblings that has been burned.
And seeing it, he takes a deliberate step there and then stops for a moment. That feeling, the adrenaline starts to pump in his veins, and that feeling of what if that's not it stops him in his tracks. And then, emboldened again, he runs over to the side and slides down on his feet and begins grabbing these pages and trying to put them back together. And scooping them up, just saving whatever he can. I imagine more of it has now been destroyed. And he just kneels there. And maybe, even though he whispers to himself, you guys will hear, seeing the back of his broad shoulders, you'll hear him say,
"Thank you. Thank you."
And I think right there is a good spot to take a quick 5-minute break. We didn't have a proper break before for the players, for anyone watching. Thank you guys for tuning in. I know one of the things about having a game on a Saturday is that a lot of people have plans, so thanks for taking some time and spending it with us while we have a blast playing some D&D. We'll be back in like 5 minutes. Get a drink, grab something to eat real quick, and for the love of God, use the bathroom. We'll be back in 5. All right, I'm back. Just waiting for the group here. Let's go to the chat and see what is going on. Let's see. Wim, have a good night. Hope I didn't miss you, man. Thanks for tuning in. He's going to bed. Oh, let's see here. We get food during the game, grabs book. This is all way out of context, but let me take a moment to say this to anyone who's going to be watching after the fact. If you're interested in this game at all, there are two things that you can do to learn more about the world of Dragongrin and more about, the lore behind the games. The first thing I would suggest you do is check out absolutetabletop.com. We have books that are set in this campaign world of Dragongrin. And the idea of Dragongrin is, in Dragongrin, evil reigns. So the forces of good were absolutely decimated by the forces of darkness. And in the campaigns that we're running right now, that was about 20 years ago. And that event's called Lightfall. Basically, the dismembered lord is the ruler now. And so in that series of catastrophic events known as Lightfall, a lot of good was pushed back and killed. So the hand of the dismembered lord extends over the realm now. The bad guys won, and this is the world as it stands. So his shadow is ever-reaching. His empire spreads like a sickness from the region of Grin. And it's threatening to snuff out any light that remains, really. So that is the campaign world, and if you're interested in that, absolutetabletop.com. If you're interested in just hanging out with cool people and you want to be in some of these games, or if you want to run games like this and just have an incredible support system, go to the Absolute Tabletop Facebook group. The Absolute Tabletop Facebook group is a place where positive, inspirational people hang out. You can post interest for games, get ideas, share ideas. It's a really cool place to be. So if you want to join the Absolute Tabletop Facebook group, go now, search for Absolute Tabletop on Facebook, and we'll add you to the group personally. We also like to do, if we can, like welcome posts. So we'll welcome you to the group and then ask like a cool RPG question, like if you could hire one army of monstrous humanoids to fight for you, what would it be? And then we kind of just go through and kind of get to know you a little bit, and it also involves the community. So check out the Absolute Tabletop Facebook group. Finally, one of the other things I want to mention is check out, so there's an online convention coming up, okay? It's called Brigade Con. James and I and Tabletop Terrors have been part of Brigade Con all 3 years, including this one is the third, that it's been a thing. It's a gaming convention for charity. Check it out now. brigadecon.org is the website. It's like an online convention. Games like what we're doing now take place on a certain day and time. It's like going to a physical convention without the traffic and BO. So check out brigadecon.org and be a part of it. It looks like the players are back. Thank you to the viewers who are still tuning in with us. I'm done. I saw you unmute, Locrius. You go for it, man. I've been talking
I was just going to say that to echo everything that Tim said, the AbTab group, Absolute Tabletop group, is awesome. I've never seen anybody be a jerk in that group. It's amazing, like in an online community. I highly recommend it. And do Brigade Con. It's for Child's Play charity, which is an amazing thing. It's like going to a convention. Last year, I played in a game, and I didn't even wear any pants. I didn't tell anyone I didn't have to. So you should do it, man. It's awesome.
Are you telling me you're wearing pants right now? Because I don't believe it.
Tim, I'm wearing pajamas with skulls and crossbones on them. That's for real. I can't do my camera, but that's what I'm wearing. Yeah.
I believe you. I believe you. I love you for it. Oh. So, is everybody ready to jump back in?
Oh man, I was born ready.
Yeah. So, you have gotten your book back, Locrius. Slate, really. So that's kind of the note that we ended on there. I wanted to give you an opportunity, if you wanted to narrate anything else, because I loved the shield, but finding that book, is there anything else that happens or anything else in particular that you wanted to say before we move on?
I think that he would collect the pages together and wrap them up, hopefully with maybe a random leather strap or something, trying to keep them all together. And other than the others hearing him say thank you, I think that they would hear a sniff, and he would pull his cloak down and wipe the tears away from the cover of the book, and wipe the snot from his nose, wipe his eyes, and try to put on his best face and look like a tough bastard again. And then he'd turn around and walk back to his companions, and he'd say,
All right, everybody have weapons?
We do have the means to... Yes. Although I'm... Well, I will find my shield at some point, hopefully. But yes, let us go, brothers, for the glory of Tyr, and for justice and vengeance. Let us exact justice for these people.
Faith says, I'm going to focus on that vengeance part. But I agree, let us make all haste and find the monster who did this to us.
And on the heels of that phrase, you hear some beautiful music coming from another room. This sound is coming from away from the curtain. It's coming more from the direction opposite, across the hall of the room you began in. So if the room you began in is full of bodies, you went to the right and there was the curtain and another room. That's the room you're in now. But were you to go directly across from where you were in the room full of bodies, that's where the music seems to be emanating from. And it's quite lovely.
Fade instantly whirls about, his cloak sweeping past him as he turns to face the music. And oh yeah. And instantly, instinctively, even without realizing it, he dashes to find some kind of cover or hiding place.
and seeing that, Slate understands the wisdom in his friend's actions. And he turns to Alma, and he motions to a shadow in the corner. And he says,
There, hide yourself.
and he as well attempts to take some cover, his chainmail jingling as he does so.
Having my warhammer and this new shield, which just doesn't feel quite right, I would start to move loudly towards the one area, as my armor is just heavy, and I kind of raise my warhammer, just rested on my shoulder, and my shield, this shield, because it's not my shield, is down kind of by my body, just in a ready position to hit whoever comes through.
And so as Fade, as you move closer and as you take cover, you do so, and from your vantage point, you can actually see that the room across from where you began has the door open. and you can see into it. And that's where the music is coming from. And from where you are now, you can see through the crack of the door. It's not fully open, but just enough. And as you can see through it, it looks as though there's somebody feverishly working, painting on a canvas.
Fade looks to his companions who are dotted around the room in various hiding places. He kind of almost flinches at the jangling of his companion's armor. It's not something he's used to accompanying his movements. But nevertheless, he looks across at them both, and he tries to signal to them that he's seen something wordlessly. He's kind of just like pointing, kind of just telling them to take it easy a moment. And then he, ever so carefully, ever so instinctually, begins to move closer to the half-open door. And he's going to try and do it as stealthily as possible.
All right. So I'll allow you to move to the door without any sort of check. But if you are attempting to open it or do anything after that, that's when we'll have to start talking turkey. So are you looking to open the door, or are you going to just peer through the crack from the door?
I think at first, Fade, being incredibly cautious and seeing all of these bodies, I mean, he's expecting something with a lot of clout to be behind that door. So he is simply going to peer inside. This music sweeping over him, I imagine, getting louder as he gets ever so much closer.
It does. And it's haunting but beautiful. And it seems like... Let me ask you this. How much would Fade know about music? Is he a connoisseur? Is he... Because music isn't as prevalent all through Dragongrin, but it certainly does exist.
I think actually, and it's not something I'm going to go into just yet, one, depending on how much Fade remembers, but two, where he's from, he would have a fairly decent understanding of the rises and falls of particular notes. He is, not that he remembers perhaps right now, but once again, there's something inside him. Yeah, totally.
So, you would note that this music is layered. It's got movement. It has pieces and parts. And you hear the music, but then you also know enough about music to know that it's coming from something other than perhaps people playing it. So you can't quite figure out why, but it almost seems muted, as though it's coming from a different location.
So Fade sort of is crouched by this half-open door, and he sort of drinks this music in, and he thinks about it, and yeah, something is definitely off. Something is definitely wrong. And he looks back to his companions, and he kind of tries to silently ask them whether they would want him to go in or to wait for them to follow him.
I'll make a motion with my hand, kind of in the typical stop motion, and I begin to kind of very slowly, almost as if you're walking across ice, testing the strength of the ice as you're slowly. So I'm slowly moving my feet very carefully, not to make sound, and I'm moving up near Fade, but not like obstructing him, so he can still do his thing and kind of move quietly. Excuse me. And as I approach him, I'm probably within about 6-7 feet of him. And I kind of nod my head and look back to see if Slate is also following.
Yeah, and almost like your shadow, he's seeing you move. He'll move up to the other side of the door and sort of push himself up against the wall, as if to say, "Let's storm this motherfucker." I said a swear word. Sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, so with Fade's companions at his back, it's strange. He's felt something that he doesn't remember, but he feels assured knowing that there are people with him. This is new. So Fade is now probably going to need to make a stealth check as he tries to silently enter the room. I'll just go for it, yeah? That is a natural 20. So he is going to slyly sneak through this entrance and survey the surroundings.
As you open the door, the music begins to get louder, and perhaps your body moves with it. Perhaps your body is inspired because you have done this sort of thing before, and even though you can't remember your exact past right now, you do have a skill for moving undetected. You have a knack for being where other people cannot see. And immediately you open the door, and the music begins to get louder, and the song itself that's playing is actually on something that you may have seen before. It's called a music stone, and it sits atop a table, and this music is playing from the music stone. And a painter's studio. It's magnificent. It's wide open. It's cluttered with canvases of all kinds, paintings of all manners, paintbrushes, buckets of paint. And before you, on a canvas as big as a wall, you see a man, and he's painting with the music, and he's going through, and you see that he's painting a set of scales, these beautiful scales. And it's as though the scales are weighing two objects. And you can see that he looks to his right and he paints, and he looks down and he's looking at a shield for reference. And he's painting, and his hands are moving and sweeping with the music. And you can see that the paint that he's streaking across the canvas is making something that is ethereal. The paint, as it's moving, glows and shifts. And as he moves it across the canvas, he uses a hand to steady and push. And you can see that the painting itself seems to be moving as though it's alive.
So Fade is watching this this performance in front of him. This man arcing these paints across this giant canvas, and he thinks to himself, he could move up behind this man. He could put a blade to his back. It only takes a little amount of pressure to put something like that through a man. But not yet. Not him. He looks towards the open door, and hopefully he can see either Slate or Almar. and he gives a single nod and ducks into cover once again. In the room.
Now, I excuse me. I would assume that at this point, only Fade sees this, because I guess we're both behind the wall, or at least by the door.
Yes.
As Fade seems to be standing there, just awestruck by this scene that is laid out before him, I can just see him staring. Fade, 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 Fade. What do you see, Fade? What do you see?
Fade is looking towards Almar, or tearing his eyes once again from this vision in front of him. And really, there is no way Fade is going to be able to describe to him silently what is going on in front of him. So he looks to him. He looks to Almar, and he just does this and this.
And Alma will feel a hand on his shoulder, and you'll hear a little bit of a whisper, and you'll hear,
Great Redeemer, fill your vessel with your holy light, that he may approach unseen.
and you feel this warmth in your heart for a moment as I cast guidance on you, Alma, to give you a D4 to your dice roll. And Slade, you can see his hulking gray form take a step into the room, perhaps with more confidence than someone as large and in as heavy armor as he's wearing. But he attempts to tiptoe his way into the room as well. So I'll roll a stealth roll with disadvantage.
I will allow you to roll it normally, because the music is loud enough that it would probably cancel out the disadvantage you would have.
Damn. Okay. Well, I'll definitely take that. And I rolled good. I got a 21 on my stealth roll then.
You sneaky half-orc. I think fueled by the newly acquired book that he thought was just gone forever, and the music and everything, just this adrenaline. It's that thing where you do something quickly, you don't think, you do, and it just works. And so you move quicker than the sound of your armor.
And seeing the other two, this feeling from the spell. For a moment, it feels like warmth, and then suddenly, like a candle being snuffed out, I just feel this coldness, and this wave of paleness hits me. I thank you. And it's in the back of my head again, another itch, just kind of feeling at my temple, and shaking it off, I begin to sneak in as well.
Don't forget the D4.
Yep.
I don't know if you want to use it now.
Oh yeah, I'll use it now. And that is a 16 on my part.
Then
Thank
you
goodness.
are also able to move as silently as possible into the room, undetected.
However, as soon as I go into the room, I see my shield, and for a moment, nothing else matters. I stare just wide-eyed, seeing something that I need, I have to have, and the fact that it's not with me drives me not into a rage, but just anger and lost. And someone else has my shield, and they're not supposed to have my shield because it's my shield. It's mine. And I drop the shield that I'm currently holding and just let it clatter, and it just bangs wood on stone, and the metal cup, which the name of that is a proper name, and I can't think of it at the moment, but someone will correct me because it's the internet. And it rolls, and it just hits, rolls, and stops, and clatters to the ground. And I do nothing but stare at my shield.
And as the shield clatters to the ground, the song hits a particularly deep crescendo, and you're stunned that this sound is coming out of such a small music stone. This arcane music box, this thing that's filling the room, and you feel the music reverberating in the middle of your chest. It's deep, it has bass response, and you're moved by it, and nothing can take your attention off of your shield. And as you absentmindedly drop your own shield, it clatters to the ground as a cymbal hit in the crescendo of this intricate, beautiful music. And at this point, the artist has begun to move the canvas in such a way that it started as scales and a shield, but now there's so much more to the picture. And it's such an odd thing. It's almost as though a large hand is grasping the scales, and he's painting feverishly, and he's painting. What do you do?
I look up. My shield. My shield. My shield. That is my shield, sir. You have my shield. And I grab my warhammer and just slam it into the stone. And I look straight at him, and I'm pointing my warhammer, and I'm waiting for him to turn around.
And he
Sorry,
does.
guys.
He turns around, and he cocks his head, and he waves his hand at the music stone, but the music gets louder, and he turns around and continues painting.
Fade, seeing this objectionable... Is he a human being? Sorry, Tim. Is he human?
He is. In fact, he has short cropped hair, and though he looks simple, he's handsome. And you can tell from where you are, aside from striking, handsome features, he has a vicious hair lip.
So, seeing this, this man acknowledge Almar in the room, and completely ignoring him, that familiar swelling of anger just erupts inside Fade, and he stalks from out of his hiding place, dropping all pretense, out into the center of the room, seizes this music stone, and just launches it from the room.
That gets a bit of a response. He turns around and... No, I need the music to paint. I need the music to paint. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? I'm going to go to the bad place. You have to stop. You have to leave here. I have to finish this painting.
The question is, Fade responds, is what are you doing here? There are bodies that lie in piles, weapons and debris all over this wretched place. And you stand here, daubing upon this canvas, my companion's shield. Explain yourself.
I just paint the pictures, or he'll come. I have to paint the pictures, or he'll come here. And if I don't do what he says, then the bad things will happen, and not just to me, but to other people. I have to paint the pictures. The paint, the paint. My brother makes the paint. I don't make the paint. I just make the paintings. I have to finish the painting. I have to, and he sort of brings his hand up to the canvas and he starts to swipe the paintbrush just a little more again. And he's not ignoring you. He just has to finish the painting.
He continues to look in horror at this individual, and he really catches on to the moment where he says the other person will come, and he says, "Who is this other person? Your brother, did you say?"
My brother will come. He doesn't hurt me. No, my brother doesn't hurt me, but he'll come. He helps me. He helps me. Arthur helps me. I don't do so good by myself, and he helps me do good.
I will walk over to where my shield is, looking at it just as two halves are made whole again. I'll turn to the artist. This was not yours. It is mine. You would do well to remember that. If someone is dead, you make sure they're dead, and I will show you exactly what I mean. And I grab my shield, and I hold it, and when I grab it, like there's this wave of relief, this wave of almost peace washes over me as I feel like I am complete. I see the crack, the split, the scales, everything seems right. The scales, the skull under one side, the sun under another side. I grab it and I hold it close to my chest like a child that I had just recently found again. Never want to let this shield go. And I stare at the artist, daring him to stop me.
He does not. He allows you to take the shield. He's skittish and backs up. I'm so pretty. I'm not supposed to be painting that right now. I'm supposed to finish the list. But it's so boring, and I don't like painting bad things. It was so pretty. And he sort of puts the finishing touches on the painting that he's working on, and then he sets down the brush on the ground.
What is this list of which you speak?
It's the list of the paintings I need to make. Special paintings. I have to help. I help. And that's the list that they give me. They tell me what to paint, and when I paint it, I'm helping.
Who takes the paintings from you? Are you painting them for someone?
I don't do any of those things. Arthur handles those things. Arthur's a good big brother. He takes care of me, and he said he's going to take care of us. And he gives me the lists.
Where's Arthur now? Maybe we could talk to him.
He's not here. He leaves me here to paint. But he might come back later.
As his companions speak with this painter, Slate is stalking around the room, his biting his lip, looking around to see, are there any other paintings in this room, perhaps covered by a canvas? Does it look like there are any other works that have been worked on or completed?
Sure. There seems to be a lot of half-finished sort of paintings, but there's a stack of what look to be canvas-wrapped, completed paintings, and they have different labels on them. So there's a pile that looks like they're the ones that are done, finished, and maybe even labeled for marking or storage or delivery or something like that.
So without pause, when Slate sees those, he stalks over and begins tearing the canvas off of them so he can see what's painted on these other paintings.
Sure. So they're paintings of horrible events, bad things. And what we'll do now is I'm actually going to throw it to you guys, and you tell me what some of these paintings have on them. They're oil paintings, and they can be of anything. So, Locrius, as Slate tears this open, what painting assaults his eyes?
It's almost like he's looking at a window to his past. It is a painting, a night scene of high steepled roofs in a town that's lit by the stakes and the pyres of heathens being burnt alive from his village. It happened on a very regular basis. For whatever reason, the dismembered lord's men would corral these heathens and bring them to this spot. And passing by nobility and people who were loyal in service of the dismembered lord would gather and watch and sometimes picnic under the stars in a gruesome display of inhumanity. This is a picture that he knows all too well of people being burnt alive. It's not from a storybook. This is what really happens. And I'll let the other guys narrate the other paintings.
That was awesome, man. That was absolutely killer. Mike, Slate is unwrapping these pictures one by one quickly. What does Elmar see?
Elmar sees one painting in particular that really just catches his eye. And it's a simple painting. It's the painting of a young man. A young man with a cloak. A young man wearing scale mail kind of armor. He seems to be smiling, but not smiling. His long bow is tucked over his shoulder, and he is standing with other people. It seems very abstract, but he knows this man. I know this man. I am to meet this man. I am to meet, to kill this man. This man is awful. The name, and just like that, almost being lost in thought, shakes his head, and the painting is a painting of a forest, a flame, animals rushing out, animals on fire rushing out, giants, trolls, owlbears running, screaming from this burning forest. Everything is aflame. People with horrified faces, mouths agape, and the flame twisted into some sort of a devilish or fiendish visage. The young man with the longbow's face gone. Figment. Must be a figment of my imagination.
And I think finally Fade turns to look at a picture. And on this canvas, you can see an inky black sea caught high in a storm, and waves, frothing giant waves, are crashing against the silent tower that rises out from the middle of the ocean. This tower rises into this inky black sky, and at its summit there is a glistening white light that sheds its beams all across this canvas. And atop this tower, silhouetted, are two figures, and they appear to be locked in single combat. Fade is looking at this, and it's beautiful, and he admires it despite the situation that they're currently in. But his eyes are continually drawn to that maddening, glistening light. He has a flash from where he awoke upon that pile of clean, dead bodies. He takes a breath, and he looks back to the gibbering artist across the other side of the room.
I need to start painting again. I need to work on the list. It's important that I do that. So,
like a streak of gray, Slade bounds across the room, grabbing this man and throwing him violently to the floor. Grabbing him like this and leaning down, he holds the painting of Ashtown.
He says, This is sacrilege. You paint with the blood of innocence.
He smashes the painting on the ground in front of him.
He says, You have a choice that you must make now. Right now. For the great Redeemer did lay his weapons of radiance before his flock. And he did say, Pick up your arms, brothers, for if you do not fight with me, you fight with the forces we oppose. This pen, he picks up the brush. This brush is worse than any blade or sword in all of Grin. With this brush, you have painted away the souls. How many? How many? I care not who you work for. I care not who your brother is. This is the last painting with this blood you shall ever make. So I give you a choice. Pick up your arms. Go, pick up the weapons of the dead. Fight with us, or die.
squirming and moving about and just no. And as your massive frame fills this man's world, he is, no, don't make me say it. Don't make me say the words. Don't make me say the words. And as you're down over him and you say, "Make the choice. Make the choice. Make the choice." He goes, and he whispers a word that's imperceptible. And he does it with tears streaming down his face. And as he does so, the scales from the painting begin to materialize and fall out of it, just toppling like great brass braziers of your lord, just clattering and rolling. And then the enormous hand that he painted holding the scales jumps from the painting as well, pouncing on all fingers. And it turns, disembodied, dripping with paint, and begins to barrel towards Slate, coming to grab him, to get him off of his master. Roll initiative.
That was the coolest thing ever, man. That was so awesome.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
We are so about to fight Cousin It. This is great. Or is it Thing? I can't remember.
I think the Thing is the hand and Cousin It is the hairy one.
That's right. That's right.
So if you want to go ahead and just put your initiative in the chat. Perfect. All right, so it looks like the initiative is going to be Fade and Slate and Almar. Now let me roll for the oil painting that has come to life. All right, so it looks like it's... All right, Fade, what do you do as this hand greasily streaks across the floor like a dog running on tile, just its greasy fingertips smearing across as it charges to grab Slate?
I think at first, I'm not going to lie, Fade will initially be taken aback by a hand exploding out of a painting. But he regains his composure with lightning quick efficiency, and he leaps back to join Almar, and as he leaps back, he lets fly a dagger soaring through the air directly at the hand, attempting to pin it to the ground before it reaches Slate. Let's see. Okay, I have rolled a 14.
For flavor, let's say your dagger does submerge into this paint creature. However, it comes out the other side and does no damage. So
as the dagger. Oh, sorry.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, as the dagger just slams through this hand, Fade's eyes kind of narrow in frustration and disbelief.
Perfect. So this disembodied oil painting hand jumps and attempts to careen against Slate like waves upon a rock. And so, at this point, Slate, would you have your shield? Probably not, right?
No, I mean, I tackled the guy. There's no way. Let's be honest.
So let's do this here. Okay. All right, so this hand smashes against you and loses the shape of being a hand. It actually, as though this were you, it just sort of and floods. And I will give you a dex reflex save.
All right, let's do this. Natural 1.
Awesome. Okay. I'm just writing a message to the chat. So, as this does so, the paint fills your mouth and you begin to choke on it. It gets in your eyes and smears. And as it touches you, the paint color changes from the smeared, almost pale hand and takes and mimics the colors of you and your surroundings. So now this sort of half-orc skinned smear just plasters you, and you take 6 points of damage.
Yeah, so Slate is just completely blindsided by this thing. I imagine that he looks up only to see Fade throw the dagger that whooshes past his head and goes over there, and at the last moment, like a tsunami, this thing just completely envelops him. And, so let's see, am I, like, are my lungs full of paint at this point? Am I restrained or grappled?
No, I wouldn't say that your lungs are filled with it. I would say that you are prone, certainly prone, but not grappled. And it did get in your mouth and your eyes. So what we can do is say, I don't think that you'd necessarily be actually blinded.
Yep.
But, you can wipe it from your eyes and you are prone. So it's going to take you a move action to get up.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, so as this happens and he feels just this force and probably just this horrible realization that he's covered in the reconstituted bodies of other people, he's holding this young painter, and I imagine that he just sort of tosses him to the side and he slides on this smeary, like a paintbrush on the ground, goes off to the side. As he gets up to one knee, you hear him go, and he wipes the paint from his mouth as I use second wind to give myself 3 hit points back. And you see him get up to one knee. He pulls the Morning Star from his side, and he says,
"O great Redeemer, bathe us in your holy light, that we may destroy this abomination."
As I cast Bless on myself and my friends and stand up ready to face this thing.
Beautiful. Almar.
Watching this paint fist kind of push Slate off to one side, I look at Slate after seeing him, like obviously some sort of a religious, powers are being made manifest. And I kind of smile in a half grin. He's not the only one with a god. Tyr, help me and bathe this abomination in your holy light. Give this creature to the flames of justice. And I slam my warhammer against my shield, and letting go, this blast of greenish black flame goes bursting forth, and I'm casting Burning Hands on this paint creature. It has to make a dex saving throw.
Okay.
Or it takes half damage of when I'm about to roll.
I put my DC, or what I just made, in the chat there. So if you beat it, you can narrate what happens.
As the flames just begin to swirl around, and it just engulfs this thing in just greenish black fire. Nothing so pure as something that you would find on the material plane. This almost seems, it's hot. It's extremely, extremely hot. Hotter than any even raging bonfire you've ever felt. It just licks, passes over, and just burns into this thing, and it takes 13 points of fire damage.
Okay. All right. So the smell is interesting because this thing still seems to be composed of a sort of resin or some sort of composition of this paint, and as it burns, it's just this acrid sort of smell. And the paint itself, heated from the fire, appears to bubble and boil at its surface. And you almost hear in the sloshing what maybe could be the scream of a beast, but probably perhaps not. Fade.
So Fade is watching, and he has seen his companions fight back with magical means, watching this hand be engulfed by this black and green flame, and he thinks to himself, I might not have the abilities needed to dispatch this thing. His eyes whip up to the painting from which it had actually exploded from in the first place. Tim, is there any clue to suggest that this painting creature is in any way still connected to the canvas that it was once belonging to?
Maybe. There's no way that you can tell now, but you can certainly trial and error.
Then Fade dashes past the combat, pushes past the gibbering painter, leaps into the air, both short swords coming out from his sheaths on his back and down into this painting, ripping through the canvas to see if that has any effect.
Blue light burns from the rips, just tearing through. And it does have an effect on a creature. However, that creature seems to be the painter. And so the painter shrieks in agony, just "Ah!" Though no physical damage appears to be done, you certainly have done something. And the painting, the grease paint beast, having been burned, still hot, takes form, and actually, for just a quick moment, looks humanoid, as though it's the sort of bastardized aping of Slate. Sort of like if you were a 3-stroke sketch. Just... And the thing sort of just lurches at you with a huge gray fist trying to punch you. And it hits you for 4 points of damage.
Yeah, seeing strange oil, grease, simulacrum of himself come at him, takes him aback, and this blow strikes true, heavy, tangible, unbelievable. He's never faced anything like this before. And he takes a step back. He holds up his arm as if to defend himself, and he realizes that he doesn't have his shield. He looks to the side, looks to the other side, and for a moment, he gets a look of calm on his face, because he knows his own weaknesses as he raises up his arm and his morning star high above his head and slashes low to take his legs out. So I'm going to roll an attack roll on him.
With advantage, because that was extremely clever.
I need advantage because I rolled a 3 on the die, so here we go. Oh, that's a 17 plus a d4 plus a bunch. I think that's going to hit.
That does hit.
Okay, so that's going to do here. I got to roll damage too. Oh, damn, that's a lot of damage. That's going to do 12 points of damage.
So describe to me what it looks like as this horrible facsimile of yourself falls prey to your own weakness.
Absolutely. So I imagine we're squared off at each other's. Our shoulders are squared and leaning forward a little bit. And he whips around and just, there's like a sploosh and a sploosh, like an oar in muddy water just completely cleaves through both of its legs. And I imagine it plops down for a second, but perhaps starts to reform.
And that's exactly what happens. And it does the classic, you know, as it plops down, it reforms from its current top, sort of changing its facing, you know, that kind of thing. And as that happens, Almar, what do you do?
Noticing that he had basically taken it out, or at least, hamstrung it, so to speak. As the paint begins to kind of pull together and it begins to rise up, I would take this opportunity to come in fast, straight at the head, and just make a swipe with my warhammer across the skull to try and just take it out.
Go for it.
Yeah. I mean, it all seemed like such a good idea in my head. I really don't. I mean, what's the AC to hit it, or what's to hit it?
15.
Say again?
15. Sorry, I said it like, I don't know why, but 15.
So as I come in, I'm just basically the warhammer just kind of almost snakes by, but it seems like the creature was expecting it. So you see its own head kind of compressed down as I just bring it over, and then the head just kind of forms back up again. And I look and I'm like, God, what abomination are you? And I kind of pull back with my shield, getting ready to hit it again.
Mike, did you add a d4 for the bless? You can add a d4 to your attack roll. Anybody can attack?
I did not. Because that was the bless before. Oh, right, yeah, before.
It lasts a certain duration.
Yeah, any attack or saving throw that you guys make, you can add 1d4 to it.
All right, well, I rolled a 4, so that 11 becomes a 15.
So everything you said happens. The head, concaves in, and you swing, and the thing anticipated that. The thing did not anticipate how a heavily armored man such as yourself could be so spry. And as your full swing stops, as your arm tenses like metal cables and swings back, the thing's head is splattered across the wall like a melon. And while it still lives, it certainly was not prepared for that attack.
All right. As 4 plus. So yeah, and it gets basically like its jaw, quote unquote, gets completely wrung for about 7 points of bludgeoning damage, as it just kind of, it's like painty jaw kind of goops up a bit and just kind of tries to reform back.
So Fade, the tatters of this canvas hang in the Akuma afterglow of this blue light. The artist is still screaming in agony as you stand with your daggers in both hands. What do you do?
So Fade is looking at this painting in disbelief. One strange thing is happening after the other, and this glowing blue light is shining right into his eyes beneath his mask. He's barely hearing the screams of this artist, and he's looking around to see if anything that he's done has disrupted this creature at all. Has it at all? Can he tell?
So specifically, what exactly would you be looking for? Let me know that, like, specifically, and then I'll narrate to you what you could maybe glean from it, if that makes sense.
I wasn't entirely sure if the creature was somehow alive only whilst the canvas was intact, for example.
Sure. So what I mean is, get creative with me on how your character would be looking for that. You know what I mean? Like, in-game, what exactly are you looking for? Are you looking for identical cuts? Are you looking for, how would you know that?
I guess Fade was looking for identical cuts, really. I think you nailed it right there. Or to see if there was some kind of energy or paint lines that were leading to this creature that it was leaving behind that had been severed, that sort of thing.
Perfect. It's clear. It's clear that they're autonomous from each other. It seems like the artist and the canvas have a link, some sort of link, but the creature seems to have been born of it and is now separate from it.
Okay, in that case then Fade has no other option, and he whirls about, he kicks off whatever this canvas is on top of, and leaps to attack this thing from behind with both short swords coming straight down at him for a sneak attack.
Absolutely.
Do I get advantage if he's engaged, right?
So the idea is that you're able to use sneak attack because he's engaged.
Yeah, that's right.
So not necessarily, I mean, I would say that due to the walloping that Mike just dealt and the head being splattered, I'm happy to give you advantage.
Oh, no, I wasn't asking for it. I didn't know whether mechanically if I'm behind him I get it or not. But no, it's cool.
Sure.
I don't mind. Okay, here we go. Oh, well, I'm going to take that anyway. That is 19.
That does hit. So describe to me what it looks like as you come down with your short swords.
Well, shall I roll for the other one as well?
So the way you mean the other hit?
The other short sword, yeah.
Oh, no. So, do you have two-weapon fighting? You do have two-weapon fighting?
You can use,
you just can't you?
if you haven't used your bonus action for something else, you can roll an attack roll with your offhand, the light weapon, but you don't add your ability score to it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Like a D6.
Okay. That's fine. I'll do that.
So, and I think the thing that confused me is I thought you said you were doing a sneak attack, like an actual, like, rogue's sneak attack.
Oh, yeah, it's the one, isn't it? Forget it. Don't worry about it. It's just the one. You are completely right.
Right?
So
that'll probably net you way more damage. I'm not a metagamer, but that'll probably
No, you're right.
than two attacks.
No, that's kind. So I'm going to get back into the dramatic feel of it, okay? Nice. Okay, so Fade leaps into the air with one short sword raised above him and brings it down into this creature, dealing 10 points of damage, max.
That's incredible. And so it seems as though the more damage you all are doing, the harder you're hitting this creature, it appears as though it is losing pieces of its anatomy, if you want to call it that. Just pieces sort of spattering to the ground and staying on the ground, not reforming or reconstituting. And so this is particularly evident when the two short swords essentially run through as though the blades were going through a waterfall, just, and two of the pieces fall and heavily, just on either side, right and left, just splatter across the floor, leaving sort of an anchor piece that is just the shell of this creature, though it still lives. So in this, the painting is going to do all that it can. And it begins to draw inward and swirl, sort of forming this concave hole in its center. And from that hole, you see that it's almost as though the faint look of teeth, as though the thing has a mouth, opens, and it spews hot paint just in all directions. And so everyone, because all of you are within 15 feet, essentially, you must make a DC 12 dexterity saving throw, or you will suffer from this paint's acrid breath weapon.
And do we still get Locrius's D4?
Absolutely.
Cool.
So this thing is weakened, and all of you can see the trajectory of this hot paint that it's belching forth from itself, just this, and following the arc of movement of this stream, all of you dodge out of the way handily, and the painter who is writhing on the floor isn't so lucky. The hot jet of paint washes over him. It's as though you're in 2 times speed of normal at the rate at which his skin begins to bubble, blister, and eventually start to melt into itself. And his screams are muffled by the paint that begins to go into his mouth. Just and he lie, smoking and smoldering, burnt in the center of the floor. It's late.
Yeah, looking over at the painter as he's boiled alive by his own creation, he can't help but feel the utmost pity, for it indeed does seem like it wasn't this man's choice. He had skill at painting, someone put him up to it. But he must have known where the paint came from. That room is right around the corner. He must have known. And I think that he would turn towards this. The creature is still active, right? Yeah, so he would turn towards the crazy, twisted, toothy maw that perhaps barely resembles him anymore. And he will say,
He made his choice,
and leap forward and smash at this dude with his Morning Star. Yeah, that's definitely going to hit. And that's going to do 8 points of damage.
Describe to me what it looks like as this abomination is removed from the realm of the living in Dragongrin.
So, coming up from one knee, his Morning Star arcs through the air. And as it comes down, this monstrosity looks up, and for a moment he sees a flash of his own face until the Morning Star hits it and just splatters it apart. And as it does so, the color fades from the gray, resembling slate skin, and it turns back into all of the different colors that the original painting was painted with, as a multicolored blast around all of us appears on the floor where this creature once was.
Take a point of inspiration for that. The faint, distant sounds of the music stone can be heard as the room falls silent. What do you do?
Slate is kneeling, probably covered in this paint right now. And he turns to look at his companions. He probably looks like a bizarre clown at this point, with so many different colors dripping from him. And he wipes it off his face. He's panting. He clutches his side. He looks over at the dead painter. And he just says, "Damn, poor kid."
He is released from whatever machinations that were causing him to do so. I think he's better off that way, Slate. But he mentioned a brother.
I think we should go search for this brother and go back and see what else we can find from the pile of items. Pull what we can in case we need the money for a future event. And, well, the fates have cut our strings. It seems that we get to resew them how we wish. Let us take this opportunity to write our own destinies, brothers, and bring to the individuals who have done this to us some sweet vengeance, so they may choke on it. Yes. Yes.
Standing up, Slate turns to Alma, and he says,
Well said, my brother.
I agree with you completely, Alma. We must find those who did this to us and find answers.
Definitely. After all, we are the three of us old dead men. The dead men of Dragongrin. Well, let's show them what it means to be alive, and let's find them. And I begin to walk back towards the the room full of stuff, looking for anything of value.
Yeah, so there's I would say a lot of the things in there would have some value. Is there anything in particular you're looking for outside of a mundane item or some weapons and things like that?
I'm definitely not looking for anything in particular, just something that's like, oh, a shiny. This would be worth some money. You know, we could turn around, go into a town at some point, or even a small city and say, okay, I can sell this, we could sell this, we could sell this. You know, get a few more coppers, a few more silver, maybe some gold. You know, so basically just something that, seeing as how this is now just a dead place filled with dead bodies and a dead crazy painter person, then there is the opportunity. It's like, hell, might as well just, they're not going to use it. We might as well.
For sure. I would say that there is plenty of opportunity in the weapons. If the weapons are in good repair, those are expensive in Dragongrin. To the right person, the books would be worth something. Though it's dangerous to travel. I mean, you guys are in Innis, so it's dangerous to travel with books because that raises questions if they're the wrong kind of books. But I would say of the things in that room, the weapons, just the good old-fashioned steel, and then some of those books would probably fetch a decent price if you could manage to fence them.
While Almar begins searching through these varied assorted items, Fade still very much has on his mind the idea of someone else returning here. Fade doesn't remember an awful lot about himself, but he does remember one thing. He always likes to have a plan. So, he begins to search. He begins to search for an exit, a way out of this place.
Sure. They're in the room where the artist was painting. To the left, if you were facing the canvas, is a stairway and what looks like a plain door with a small slat that has sunlight beaming through it.
I think as Fade looks up these stairs, he kind of walks to the foot of them and looks up, and this beam of light just illuminates his mask for a moment. And if anyone looking they would see the hint of what is beneath that mask. And then he looks down. He looks at the others. Do we intend to wait for whoever did this to us to return? If so, I think I have a suggestion.
Let's hear it.
Well, I find it would be of strategic value for us to perhaps prepare for Brother Arthur's arrival. And Fade sort of smiles underneath his mask. One thing I should explain about Fade, although yes, he is masked, his eyes are incredibly expressive, and just from his eyes, you can see a devilish smile within them.
I do like the sound of that, yes. We wait for him, find out what happened. Although, I don't know. I just have this feeling that we're dealing with the start of something, a journey that's bigger than this, bigger than some crazed painter and his brother. Should keep our wits about us. And well, it's unimportant. I have a man to kill, but let us get through this first. I don't see him dying anytime soon. Yes. Yes, let us do this.
It's fine with me if we wait for the brother. I will trust your judgments in this matter. But when we are done here, the bodies, the paintings, all that lays in this place shall burn.
Don't worry, Slate. You're not going to get an argument from me on that one.
Fade simply nods.
So how do you plan to wait for this brother, this Arthur?
I think that there'll be probably a little bit of mopping up of the big old paint spray. I don't think that Slate is going to go crazy with it, but a little bit so that it doesn't look too crazy. And as he's doing so, he goes back to these paintings. There's a lot of them, and one of them jumped out to attack us, but it looks like they were wrapped up in canvases. So he's going to search through that area to see if there's any indication of where they would be heading. If there's any sort of a manifest, if these were going to be brought in a caravan, if there's any sort of signature on the paintings themselves, he's going to sort of look around and just, we've been dropped into this crazy situation, and he's looking for a little bit more information.
Sure. And actually, one of the first things you would notice is a signature on the bottom right of each one of them. And in almost childish handwriting, which is so opposite of the beauty of the work, it says the name Francis. Just the single name, Francis. The canvas that you ripped off of them, that did appear as though it was a wrapping to be shipped somewhere or something like that. And there were labels, tags on them. And the tags seemed to have letters and numbers as though they were going to a certain location to be put in a certain place. Like A5, H3, those kinds of things.
Yeah, Slate will motion his friends over as he's looking, and to have them help him inspect them. And he'll just shrug.
I have no way of knowing what these numbers and letters correspond to. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. And we must prepare for the brother to return.
And he turns over to look at the rumpled up corpse. I imagine that he looks like, have you guys ever seen like oil paint when it's dried out and it gets like weird and crusty with that skin on it? I imagine that he looks like that, like a melted wax statue. It's probably pretty hideous. But he's trying to judge the size, and he turns to Slate. And, oh, I'm sorry, that's me. He turns to Fade. And he says,
He's got your build. And he did face this way when he was painting. Perhaps if we put you in his chair, pretend to be painting, he will come up. The brother will think nothing is amiss.
Oh, I quite agree, Slate. You're a natural. And further to paint this own picture that we are going to devise together, I suggest that we return the music stone to its former place. Perhaps crank the volume. Perhaps assault his senses. He will not know what has struck him until it is too late.
I will go and rush, pick up the music stone, and place it back, I guess, on whatever plinth or whatever shelf that it was before, and kind of look at it. I don't really know how to kind of wave my hand, kind of like in a hello.
Yeah, give me an Arcana check if you want to try.
Sure. Just gotta double check on my okay.
Can't get this damn iPod to turn on. I need a 13-year-old here in Dragongrin.
Actually, funny you should mention. So I go and I pick up two stones because I hear music coming from one of them, but I have no idea. Like, kind of shake the one, and then I put the other one in my ear and I shake the other one. Which stone was it again? Because I rolled a natural 3, and that's obviously, I know it's a stone. I know there's music. I can hear the music, but I don't know. I just, to me, it's just like a heavy paperweight.
I think Fade, recognizing the stone as he was the one that flung it from the room originally, do I need to do a check as well to discover which one it is, Tim?
you would know which one it was, but if you like, you can kind of tell since you had it in your hand, and it's a little more ornate than a regular stone, but you would need an Arcana check to turn it on to make the music.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well,
He just rolled so low that he was role playing like, hey, I don't even know this stone from a regular stone.
No, I got that. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to help.
So yeah, it looks like you can't get the music back on unless Slate jumps in.
Slate will walk over, remembering the kid when we were sneaking up. He waved his hand like this in a circular motion, and he'll try to do that. Yeah, I rolled a 5 for my Arcana.
Sorry, man. Maybe this thing's not charged. No, I'm just kidding. So yeah, it's unfortunate, but you guys can't quite get the music stone to work again.
It's junk, but I dare say it will make a pretty penny in the market.
Very true. Just don't know how many USB chargers there are in Innis, but I'm certain that we could. Sorry, I had to. I'm certain there's a way that we can find someone who will buy this piece of junk. So, Fade, well, you're sitting there painting whatever the hell you want. I would suggest your private parts is rather funny. We could stand off to the side, Slate and I, wait for the telltale sign of this. What was it? Arthur? Arthur? Yeah, something like that. I don't know. For some reason I was only focused on my shield, and nothing else mattered except for my shield, but happy to have it back. If we wait off to the side, Arthur can come storming in. Maybe you can distract him, talk to him. We can find a way to get behind him. And then, if we can't reason with him, we'll just brain him, I suppose.
Do you really wish to reason with this man?
Well, I mean, by reason, I mean find out answers, and then after we finish finding out answers, we probably kill him.
I agree. Good.
And I would say that's a rather reasonable thing. We get information from him, and then we end his life.
We shall see when we cross that bridge.
Oh, I mean, I don't want to say that I'm going to take his life. It could be you, it could be Slate. I mean, I don't want to take a monopoly on killing everything, just so we're absolutely clear.
Very well, Almar, very well. Take your positions. I shall attempt to be of some subterfuge in this situation. And I think Fade is going to try and make sure that he stands in a shadowy area where the paintings are, to make sure that he can, fool this person long enough for the trap to work.
Cinematically, 2 hours pass.
Tim, not to cut you off.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
May I just say that as we're planning, Slate is gonna go into the room where the paint was extracted, and hopefully he can find the some oil that was used to basically pull the pigment out of people, and he's going to cover the dead bodies in the other room. He's going to leave a trail going into where this big contraption is, and he's also going to cover the paintings so that if we need to leave quickly, he can spark it up and leave.
Nice. Absolutely, you may do that and prepare those things. So, if all of you are in position, you probably get impatient. You probably are in a situation where you're thinking about things, and then the door begins to open. the door on the stairway, and you immediately hear a voice. It says, "Hey, Francis, I'm back. I brought you some food, buddy." And you see a portly man begin to descend the stairs. And he goes, What's the matter? Why isn't there any music?" And he's walking down the stairs and, "Hey, did you make a mess in here? What's going on?" And he approaches Fade. And he puts his hand on your shoulder. What happens?
So, as his hand touches Fade's shoulder, Fade slowly, deliberately turns around. And he looks deep into his eyes with his own astonishingly bright eyes behind that mask. And he says, "Hello, Arthur. We have some questions."
I'm trying to decide if I want to end it right there.
That's a killer spot to end it, man.
I think we'll go ahead and call it. And with that, we'll go ahead and end it.
Amazing. You guys are amazing. That was so much fun. I can't even tell you. I had so much fun. It was awesome.
Guys, that blew my mind. Oh my god, all of you are a dream. You are all a dream. Jeez.
It's a nightmare.
That was awesome, and I love the fact that not a single one of us picked up a polyhedral for like an hour and change, but it was still beautiful. It was still perfect. It was so much fun. I am looking forward to being a newly undead risen badass with these guys. It is so well done, and I love how you can really see we gel.
Definitely.
I think that's what the kids are saying these days.
Oh, wow. And Tim, like you were saying, those reveals, man, one after the other. My goodness me. My goodness me. And Mike, yes, Dead Men of Dragongrin.
Hell yeah. Can I tell the viewers at home that we were told, Mike and I were told that we would be in a tavern, figure out what we want to do. We're like, okay, we'll be gambling or something. And Tim's like, okay, yeah, we're going to introduce Rob another way. And this, so we're like, okay, so something will happen. We did not know that it was going to go down like that. And I was like, oh, no. It was amazing.
Oh, man. I was so, you know what, because Tim messaged me and said, "Hey Rob, how's it going, man? So you're an assassin, aren't you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, man, I'm an assassin. It's gonna be great." So which of them are you gonna kill? And I was like, "What?" He was like, "Which of them are you gonna kill?" And I was like, "I can't choose." So I rolled odds and evens on a d4, and Locrius, you were my target originally. But it seems that it developed that the general was also on that list. So I figured that, I guess I was just there to kill you all. But when I said I put my knife into your throat, the look on your face, it was as if I was disrupting the game deliberately. Like, that's how it felt. But Tim told me to do it.
I wasn't expecting it, and it happened, and I was like, "You did what now?" What's that?
What now?
And then I was like, that was so good and perfect. I have to go with it. Like that, but it was great. It was like, but I was not expecting to just get stabbed in the throat and die. I'm like, oh my god.
Oh my god.
So some of the viewers are asking, like, wait, did you guys know you were gonna die? So here's the quick version of it. The campaign hook was, what if you're resurrected, don't have your memories, and we kind of go from there. So they knew they were going to die, but then I purposefully lied to them and said, well, why don't we wait a few sessions so that the players can learn you and get to know you better? because I didn't want them to know they were going to die in the first session. That was my plan, because I thought, how cool would it be to start a session where the characters all die?
And also, I just want to add that in a private little message that popped up, viewers, I'm really, really new to Google Hangouts. So I wasn't even aware that there was a private message function. But this little message just appears in the corner from Tim just saying, kill them. Kill them now. And I was like, ah, this is it. I loved it so much.
It was great.
Yeah.
So cool.
So we had a social contract, just so you're aware. We had a social contract like, hey, I'm going to kill your characters for story and we're going to make it interesting. But I made sure to mislead them as to when, so that they could be just as surprised, like Locrius said, because I just think that's cooler as a player. I would want that. That little reveal of like, oh my god, I just got stabbed in the neck.
This is the best thing ever! It was great, man. It was so cool.
And Mike, we had a wicked fight.
Well, oh, definitely. I regret nothing. As I, whiffle my Warhammer shot, and I love, and this is the part that I love so much, and this is why it works so good, Rob. It's like, I go with my emotions and I swing, and you even help narrate the finish of my shots, and that's, I think I love that. I love that so much, because each one of us has an idea, but then it's the players are doing the yes and with each other.
Yeah. And
that is so good.
It went
it's
well.
so good. Like Tim, I remember it serves me correctly. I think your channel has a video on that, right? On the yes and no but.
I think we talk about it. We don't call it that, but yeah, there's some stuff in there we've done.
And I love that. Like, yeah, when the DM does that with the other players, it's like, yeah, it's so good because it works really well and the players get more immersed. But then when two players do it with each other, it's like
exactly,
like like goopy brain stuff everywhere because your head's blowing up because it's so awesome. It's like, wow, like I didn't.
Right.
Because I think it forms the bonds really quickly, and I love that part of the game.
And that is also why I made certain to do that narratively, because I wanted it to be a back and forth of trust and having control over how it happens and so on. So it was technically diceless PvP, but it was really narrative PvP. Because I'm not a huge fan, and we talked about this in the chat, I'm not a huge fan of player versus player mechanically and feeling like you're... So this was supposed to be narrative PvP. Mike had control. Rob had control. Like, it was... Like you said, it was a yes and, no but. Those back and forths of trust of like, okay, all I did was put in the chat like, hey, you guys are dying now. And everyone handled it masterfully, so...
Oh, definitely.
Well, cool, guys. We will do this again soon. I didn't announce it beforehand, but this is going to be an ongoing campaign when we can. The Dead Men of Dragongrin. So we'll see where this adventure takes us. Thank you for tuning in. If you guys want to do a quick outro, I'll go ahead, and this time I'll go right to left. So, Rob, take it away.
So yeah, once again, thanks to all of you guys for being so welcoming and accepting of me being the new kid on the block. My name is Rob. I've been playing Fade, and you can see all of my content over at Performance Check. And thanks for watching, and I hope that you stick with the Dead Men. And until next time, catch you later.
Take it away, Mike.
Hi, everyone. This is Mike from Mike the Piper. Thank you so much for watching. I had a blast. Like, this is such, what a game, and I cannot wait for the next episode. Please check out all their channels, and then check out my channel if you've got time. Thank you, and now I'm just going to fist bump it over to Locrius. Nope, that way.
Boop, this way, boop. There we go.
There we go.
So, yeah, my name's Locrius, Locrius Planetoid on the YouTubes. You guys, I had high hopes for this game, and it did not disappoint for 1 second. You guys all killed it. I was totally immersed. I can't wait to play the next game. It was so much fun. I would like to give a quick shout out to Critical Hit Publishing, which is Captain Gothnog and Rob Davis, and the Zen Master of RPGs, Dave Brion Jackson. They just put out a supplement called Extraordinary Extras Sacred Service, and it's all about like giving your cleric or your paladin some inspiration. I got that, and it was just juicy, and it was great, so I want to give a shout out to those guys. Tim, my man, you are the best.
Thank you, guys, and you guys made it easy. In fact, there were long stretches where I didn't have to say a word because the story was progressing as you guys interacted with each other and interacted with the environment. I've heard Matt Click say this about the Provokers, where it's like, you guys make it easy. You guys made this super easy. Thank you for bringing an A-plus game. You guys are amazing players. I can't wait to play again. I am Tim. The channel is Tabletop Terrors. It's me and my brother James. Thank you for tuning into this live play in our campaign world of Dragongrin. Check out AbsoluteTabletop.com, the Absolute Tabletop Facebook group. We will see you again. And until then, may your dice roll high.